our sponsors for this. I also wanted to, how do I go back? Yeah, here it is. To thank all the members of the consortium. As I said last night at the reception at Shopify, thank you again, Shopify, for that nice reception. A year ago, we had an idea and a wish, a desire to collaborate with all our partners in Ottawa, in Ontario, and very, very quickly, and also in Africa, and very, very quickly, a group of partners came together and we created this consortium, E21. By the way, E21 means Education 21st Century. That's the meaning of this name. And this is our first symposium. Every year, our goal is to organize a symposium, but in between the two symposia, we wish to have the discussion going on. That's why we have a website where we will be able to bring on this website everything we are capturing today. We are, by the way, stream live, Strively. It's a right order. So I hope it's not a problem for you. If you do not want to appear on the camera, you can hide in one corner over there. Yes, exactly. But we thought that it would be important for people who could not make it to also hear our voices. So thank you to all the partners in the consortium. And so I'm going to stop here. Where is the clicker? Here it is. We are going to start the day. As I said last night, today is going to be a day of participation. This is how it's going to happen. This morning, we are going to have two panels prompted by questions that we already gave to our panelists. These are all the panelists that we have for today. So we will have two panels. For each panel, we will have also a facilitator. Our panelists will have, just a few minutes to try to give us their perspective on those questions, but just a few minutes, because after that, thanks to our facilitators, you will be able to ask your questions, to bring your perspective, to bring your vision. Do not hesitate to be disruptive. That's the goal of our symposium. Nous voulons vraiment pousser la pensée. Nous voulons éclater les modèles pour créer, faire émerger de nouveaux modèles. Our model of education, I'm sure, doesn't fit what we need for tomorrow, and tomorrow is really tomorrow. So we need together with students, with researchers, with thinkers, with innovators, with visionaries, we need to bring all of that together. That's the goal of this symposium and of this consortium. Donc, après quelques minutes de perspective de nos panélistes, poussez-les le plus loin possible pour qu'ensemble, on puisse imaginer cette éducation du futur. So we're going to start, and I also want to say that all our panelists are here. You've met some of them this last night. I just want to say that Redit Habibi, the second top line, and Timnit Gebru, the last and the second line, are not with us. Visa question, actually. They are in the United States. They do fantastic work on AI and inclusion discrimination. However, for them to come to Canada, it was difficult for them maybe to come back to United States. So that's why they were not able to be with us. Says a lot anyway. But you're going to hear them because, as I said last night, we interviewed them and we have several video clips throughout the day where you're going to be able to hear their views, important views, powerful views, actually. So that's it for me now. We're going to have our first panel. Is it the first one? What am I doing? Yes? Oh, sorry, before, that's me. Before the first panel, so we have an icebreaker, and here Christia, our Chief Designer Officer, that's your title at the university, is going to,
Chief Design Officer.
Chief Design Officer, yes, is going to do an icebreaker with you. Okay, thanks.
Okay. So, is this on? Ooh. Usually I don't use a microphone because my voice is loud enough. I have 4 boys, so, you know, to get into a hockey rink and be able to express myself. My name is Christia Huchak, and I'm the Chief Design Officer of the University of Ottawa. It's an experimental role, thanks to Monsieur Frémont, who took a risk on me to come and help the university innovate and do creative problem solving. So we're going to do that today. You guys are going to hear some awesome speakers with some great ideas about artificial intelligence, its pros and cons, and great stuff like that. But you're also going to work this afternoon. I'm going to put you to work in a way I don't think you've ever done before, and it should be lots of fun. But before we start, we're going to make this really interactive. So what I want you to do is take out your mobile device. Everybody have a mobile device? Show me your mobile device. Super duper. Hopefully you guys on live stream can see this. And also, for those of you on live stream, you'll be able to participate as well. Okay, so we have the QR code. So we're going to be working with a company, a Canadian startup called Nareva, with my buddy Roger. Where's Roger? Roger's over here. Stand up, Roger. We're going to be using collaborative technology to capture your ideas and insights and questions in real time. So what you're going to do is you're going to use the QR code, or you're going to log into span.nareva.com /QS and put this number in, and you will be on the screen and on the canvas. You also have this on your program, so if you want to look at the back of your program, you'll be able to dial in. Monsieur Frémont, do you need help? Don't ask me. Roger, Monsieur Frémont needs help. Okay, so what I want you to do is once you get in, I want you to do 2 things. Okay, with me? The first is I want you to post your name, and I want you to post your superpower name. Everyone in this room has a superpower. For example, if my name is Nancy Brown, my superpower is Science Superwoman. So think about your superpower and post it. And all of a sudden, in a very short time, once you're hooked up, you'll be able to see who and what your superpowers are on the screen. Who's having trouble getting hooked into Nareva? Put your hand up if you are. Roger's here to help out. Okay. Put your hand up really high if you're having trouble. Okay, Roger, you're on. Perfect. Take a look at the screen. Where's Zorro? Where's Zorro? Put your hand up if you're Zorro. Good morning, Zorro. Where's Marc? Bonjour, Marc. Emmanuel, le Labrador. Where's Emmanuel? Bonjour. Who's the visionary? We're going to really use you today. I'm telling you, I'm going to pick on you. Where's Jeremy, Tech Toronto? Perfect. Hi, Jeremy. Bonjour. Tornado. Excellent. Is everybody hooked up to Nareva? No? Who's having trouble still? Put your hand up. Roger, come. All right? He's coming. We have one tech guy. So can you see what we're doing here? You're able to interact through Nareva with what's going on at the front of the room. So what I'd like you to do for the entire set of panels is if you have questions, if you have comments, if you have ideas, if you have photos, you can start posting them in real time. Yes, sir. Sure, it's on the back of your program. So take a look at your program if you're having trouble. Okay, and try again, please. So if you're still having trouble, we'll get to you. I'm going to move along because we're a little bit behind. Where's Alistair? Summerlee. Hey, Alistair, nice to meet you. Lorraine. Where's Lorraine? Bonjour, Lorraine. Okay, so this is your crowd and your tribe today. Okay? You can throw up photos, you can throw up selfies, throw up your selfies. All right? So what we're going to do is, as the panels go through, you're going to have an opportunity in real time to put up your ideas. And these 6 screens on the side will be open to Nareva the entire day. All right? We'll have other screens going on to support the panelists, but if you're curious to see what's going on the Nareva conversation, look at the side. And frequently, we'll be going back to the Nareva screen for you to see what's going on. Okay? This is an experiment, by the way. We've never really done it this way at the University of Ottawa, so bear with us and have a bit of fun. Now, with every experiment, there are a couple of ground rules. So this is highly unscientific in a university environment. That's pretty horrible to say, I think. But there's some ground rules that we use when we play with Nareva. The first is, as Jacques mentioned, the rector mentioned, this is really a psychologically safe space. So what we say here is we speak truth to power, right? And we do that with every voice being equal. We also do that to ensure that diverse voices are heard. Respect in this process is the key, okay? So when we comment, it's with respect and with dignity and with openness and transparency. And finally, empathy is the Canadian way. So as you're thinking about what you're going to be putting up on the screen, think about it in terms of, what would I feel like if I were in that person's shoes? Okay, so empathy, and empathy is going to run through this entire day, as you'll see when I get my hands on you this afternoon. Okay, any questions so far? Are most people on Nareva? Yes? Anybody not? Put your hand up. Okay, good. It's a choice for you whether to participate on Nareva or not. We're not forcing you to, but if you'd like to do so, please do so. We're really encouraging that. This is going to be part of our record for the symposium. And I just want to introduce you to our student guinea pigs who are tracking all of your content. So Nico and Mark, can you just stand up there in the corner? So these are my anthropology students. Yay, anthropology. So Nico and Mark are going to be looking at the data and the pattern and the content and the trends in your commentary. And we're going to be rolling parts of this up and reporting back to you during the day. Does that sound good? Everybody's good? Okay, so it's over to the first panel and Madame Aline. And thanks for letting us play with you today. Oh, I'm sorry, just one more thing. Giselle over there, who's Giselle, there you go. She is handing out cards that are going to help us organize you for the afternoon. You're going to get a card that's something like this, a letter and a number. So there will be 26 teams based on 26 letters of the alphabet, comprised of predominantly, I think, six people more or less. And we want you to get to know your tribe, your team, as soon as possible. So during the networking break, your team should be very close because Giselle is handing the coordinates out right now. So stick with your team because your team is going to be really important for the afternoon. Okay? Anything else? Did I miss anything? A to 6, B to 6, yes. Chris, did I miss anything from Algonquin College? Am I good? Am I good? Aline? Oh, panelist. Okay, merci beaucoup. We'll see you in a bit.
Merci, Christia. Donc, nous avons notre premier panel et vous voyez afficher les questions, les premières questions que nous avons posées à nos panélistes. Et nous avons Alastair Sommerly qui va être cette fois-ci le facilitateur de ce premier panel. Then you will see that Alastair will be then one of the panelists in one other panel. But before we start, you're going to also to view 2 videos from Redit Abidi, who also answered some questions about this theme. So let's listen to Redit, and then we will hear your perspective. Thank you.
Policy and Practice. And this group is it's funded by the MacArthur Foundation. It started about a year ago, and it's a group of professors and graduate students who are working at this interface of AI and society, meaning that we're trying to understand the societal and ethical implications of working within the field of AI. So that's one group that immediately comes to mind. Another group is the Mechanism Design for Social Good group, which is a group that I co-founded with Kira Goldner in September of 2016. And this group, Mechanism Design for Social Good, or we call it MD4SG, is a group, it's a multi-institutional, interdisciplinary group that is using algorithmic and mechanism design and more broadly AI techniques to improve access to opportunity. So we've had workshops that we've organized at the Economics and Computation Conference. We meet fairly regularly. We're all working on research problems inspired by either meetings that we've had or connections that we've had through the group and so on. And so that's another group that comes to mind. And for groups that I'm not involved in, over the past year, I've been learning more and more about research labs, and especially those located in African nations that are working on using AI for Africa. So we're working on problems that impact developing nations and impact their communities, the communities that they're living in, that they're currently living in. So one example is the AI for the Developing World Lab at Makerere University in Uganda, and it's led by Professor Ernest Mubazi. So that's one group that's also working on some questions that I think are very important and could be very influential in making AI more inclusive in terms of the questions that we're looking at. But you may have also heard about the African Masters in Machine Intelligence, AMMI. It's a master's program. It's an AI master's program that was founded by Mustafa Cisse, who's one of the co-founders of the Black in AI group, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And he founded this group, and it's they're going into their first class this year. So they're having their first batch of students. So that's one initiative that is aimed at diversifying the AI community and also diversifying the kinds of questions that we're going to look at. So there are many, many others. I think over the years, we are seeing increased awareness about the need to make AI more inclusive and really a lot of great efforts to sort of tackle this problem from different ends.
Bonjour, tout le monde.
Dangers of AI, and I'm sure a lot of the other panelists will also mention this. There are concerns about accountability for AI systems. So maybe I'll defer talking more about the dangers of AI to the other panelists. But I think we also need to talk about the opportunities because I think there's maybe not as much awareness about all the different ways in which AI could be useful in addressing some even long-standing questions related to society. So my research is focused on precisely this, not only thinking about the dangers of AI, but also the potential benefits of AI to improve societal welfare. And one core question that I think about is what can algorithmic and AI techniques how can algorithmic and AI techniques help us better understand socioeconomic inequality? So, I spend a lot of time in the sociology department here at Cornell, and I've had training in economics as well. And what I've learned through this training and exposure to the social sciences is that our measurement of economic welfare, of how well someone is doing, is necessarily incomplete. And so you might see that maybe we use information like people's income and wealth to measure their economic welfare. Maybe we focus on just their health dimension, or maybe we focus on like maybe their access to education or so on. And these are necessarily sort of one-dimensional measurements of how well someone is doing. But of course, we know that economic welfare is multidimensional. We know that it's not just how much you earn, or it's not just your level of education or what occupation that you might have, but rather all of these things coming together that determines that determines individuals' welfare and how those might interact with your communities as well. And I think this presents a very unique opportunity for AI researchers to step in and see how our techniques can be leveraged to further deepen our understanding of socioeconomic inequality. And I think once you have that, you could then use that to improve on already existing interventions for mitigating inequality. So earlier I had mentioned allocation of resources being one example, right? There might be, for instance, government subsidies that you're trying to allocate, or some resource that you have that you want to allocate to people. And if you know the right questions to ask, or if you're able to ask better questions, then you're able to allocate those resources better and ensure a better outcome for everyone and for the society overall. So I think all of these present a pretty unique opportunity for AI researchers to contribute to the field of inequality and to contribute to better interventions, both in the allocation of resources, but also targeted education efforts to mitigate inequality.
Try again. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, Che. I know that most of you were at the session last night, so I'm going to circumvent all of the introductions from the individuals here, because I know that they will waffle on far too long, and just say to you that on my right, your left, I have Ian. Ian is particularly interested in the whole concept of ethics with regard to and law with regard to the opportunities for AI. Next to me is James, or Jim, I think you are happy, James, who is a documentary filmmaker who has recently turned to look at some of the potential both positive and negative sides of AI. And last, but by no means least, the man who declared himself yesterday as probably the largest cynic in the group about AI, having been through 7 rounds of this is the most amazing thing that will ever happen to education, and it still hasn't happened. We have Chris, who comes from Harvard. So I'm going to ask just one question to the 3 here, because most importantly, I want to get you engaged and have you asking questions. And so, again, can I underscore, I would like the answers to be brief so that we get time for people to ask questions. But I listened to Radit and talking about all of the amazing things that one could do with AI, but when we are spending trillions of dollars on weaponizing the world, and the money that is being spent on those dollars, on those weapons, would actually put all of the world's children into primary education many times over. Why is AI such an important issue for us to be dealing with in the education field?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah. So I want to challenge you. We listened to Radit talking about all of the cool things you could do with AI, how we could explore the issues of social dynamic, of social challenge, of effectively the rich and the poor, the have and have-nots, etc., and that might influence policy. But when we have such enormous disparity in the way that we allocate resources, spending trillions of dollars on weaponizing the world, when we know that one of the most significant things we could do is to educate people in primary education, where would AI fit in that kind of dynamic? Where would AI have a role in that, being able to change that, rather than in the sort of theory of the importance of AI?
Well, I'll take a shot at that. It's going to say a lot about what we want those primary children to learn and to know in terms of their knowledge, skills, and other attributes. So I want you to imagine that your GPS system gets infused with AI. And so it becomes an incredibly rich database of geotagged information about the location that you're in, not just where the roads are or where there's somewhere to eat, but everything that you can possibly know about what's immediately around you. And one thing that would mean is that we shouldn't be wasting time in primary education with kids learning the capitals of the states in the United States, or the capitals of the provinces, or any of that other information that's not foundational for any kind of higher order thinking, but that makes up a great deal of the curriculum because it's historically relevant and it's easy to measure. So instead, what would people focus on? Well, if you really have a very deep understanding of context, there's an enormous amount that you can do, whether you look at it through the lens of economics, sociology, anthropology, and all the other things that we might imagine, architecture. And the person is going to need to do that, because that GPS is not magically going to become someone who knows how to expertly use it. Instead, it's a bit like the sorcerer's apprentice. It's going to look for patterns in what you're trying to figure out. It's going to suggest things that might be helpful to you. It's going to have a bigger memory than you have, but it's not going to have creative thinking about what's going on in terms of what's happening. And somebody might say, well, what about chess? What about Go? Well, chess and Go are well-structured, rule-based games of perfect information, and AI does fine about that. Location-based knowledge is ill-structured, multidimensional, imperfect information, and relies a great deal on common sense to understand what's going on, all of which are very, very difficult for AI to accomplish. So just a couple more points. When you hook up that GPS to the Internet of Things, it is not suddenly going to become self-aware like the Terminator and wonder why this meat organism is giving it directions and drive us off a cliff. But it can be hacked by evil human beings who will drive us off a cliff. And so that's one reason why I'm not giving up my professional driver anytime in the near future. Could this device be used to widen inequalities in society? Absolutely. If I'm part of the elite and I have that super GPS, think of the kinds of investments that I would know how to make, or think of the kinds of ways that I could manipulate what's happening around me in my local environment. So back to the elementary school, I don't want to have students learning what the AI is going to know other than as foundational knowledge, because that's John Henry competing with the steam engine. I want them to know how to use that kind of sorcerer's apprentice at their fingertips to avoid widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots.
Either of you want to take that on?
I'm not sure AI has a lot to offer those primary kids. In fact, I would encourage them to turn around and walk the other way, because the jobs of the future will be taken by a lot of AI and by a lot of automation. Price Cooper's Waterhouse has one estimation. McKinsey has another. Everybody's got a number. A number I ran into this morning was that by 2030, between 400 and 800 million jobs will be replaced by AI. So those kids shouldn't be carrying around. They should either be hardcore programmers and get into the game and be robotics engineers and go study tort law for autonomous vehicles. But I would encourage them to do the other thing, and that's to do the things that AI will never do, and that's interpersonal communication, that's emotional intelligence, that's creativity and curiosity. These are jobs and skills that AIs maybe will replace someday, but not in anybody's foreseeable future right now that I talk to. So, and the sort of one-on-one Socratic method is going to be a whole lot better in, I would say, every case than being taught anything by a computer. Moogs, massive open online, what's that last word? They have like a 10%, 10% of the people get through it. The average number of people enrolled is 50,000. So these are solutions for the 10% that get all the way through it, but they're not really big solutions, especially not for primary school kids.
I love the question that you're asking, precisely because it's exactly not the question we were asked to address on this panel. Very disruptive and very much fun. I think there's ways to tie them together, though. But I want to sort of pick up on at least one of the remarks that I think Chris ended with, which is this idea that we should be teaching young people how to use these technologies. And I just want to expand the concept of use in what we're talking about. To me, although hopefully, I'm not quite maybe billed as cynically as you are, Chris, but I have been known to be cautiously apocalyptic. And what I would say with respect to this is I'm hoping that in trying to frame and answer this question, it's not too late to do this. But it seems to me that the preliminary questions that we need to be asking are not being asked at this point in time. So the preliminary questions are, under what circumstances and for what context should we and can we permissibly delegate human decision-making and tasks which were once exclusively in the human domain to machines? Primarily an ethical set of questions with some policy issues attached. I think one of the things that we have to do alongside of getting young people to learn how to use AI applications is to understand the ethical issues, and precisely to understand them in a way that I understand James and his work to be doing, which is to say we have to transcend the paradigm of terminators and these kinds of things in important ways, because those aren't the issues that are before us. What is before us, and what is so much more important than thinking only about apocalyptic visions, and I was joking when I said that before, is that there are a number of mundane questions right now about how equality-seeking groups, about how vulnerable populations, about how people in their ordinary lives will ultimately be affected by the decisions that are being made through the proxies of those who program AIs. And understanding those delegated decisions, to me, is a key consideration that we can't start too young at. So I think that when young people are learning about Socrates and learning about all of these kinds of humanistic endeavors, when they're thinking about the allegory of the cave, they have to think about the shadow puppets in the context of AI being the one sort of showing this kind of shadow humanism and what people need to do to actually orient AI so that it's humanistic in its nature.
Thank you. I'm going to actually throw it open to people in the audience, because when I asked the question, it was really interesting to watch some of you be totally bemused by what I was saying, and some of you nodding. And I'd like to try and get you to push these people with some questions or comments about the role of AI as they've enunciated it, or as you think it ought to be enunciated. Yeah, ask questions of these guys. Doesn't matter, I want you to ask questions. These people have put out a vision about where AI might be, so ask them questions, challenge them on it, pass your own comments on it. Yeah.
I'm just curious whether all the panelists have the same conception of AI. I mean, what is AI for you? What does it refer to?
So in case you didn't get that, the question was, do the three panelists have the same conception, the same understanding of AI? What does it mean to you? So briefly, please. Chris, do you want to start?
Well, AI has different meanings to different people, but fundamentally it's about the fact that machines have different strengths than people do. Machines have much larger short-term memories than people do. Machines can be completely logical in a way that people seldom are. Machines are tireless and are not bored by repetitive activities. And you can come up with a long list of similar things. You can also list a whole bunch of things that people are better at than machines, some of which seem odd. For example, people can believe two opposite things at the same time. That turns out to be very important in terms of true intelligence in a world that is irrational. So AI is attempting to take whatever machines can do that people can't and take advantage of that.
I think about it a little bit differently. I think it ultimately comes down to our notions of what intelligence are. And what we're trying to do is give our kind of intelligence to machines kind of in a piecemeal way in these very narrow domains. A definition of intelligence that I use is the ability to solve problems in a variety of novel environments and to learn. And if you give that to machines, then what we're doing is something really pretty profound, and that's we're trying to mirror our cognition in machines. And so in a lot of ways, to me, AI is the deepest look we've ever had at what it is we do and what we are, because it involves neuroscience, it involves logic and language acquisition and identifying objects and all the things we do with our brains. And I think that gives it tremendous power. And you know, this is, I think, why neural networks are in some ways so rewarding right now, is because they capture a bit of what we do so well, and they're really excelling at it. That said, I have a great deal of skepticism about the corporations, especially, who are developing these tools.
Can I push you, James, because is that also the potential for coding into that way of the machine's thinking, if I can use that in inverted commas? Issues of racialization, of gender, conformity to perceived norms, to all kinds of things that actually, for me, are the dark side of the potential. Yeah, and
absolutely. We've got right now databases that are biased against gender and race. These databases generate algorithms that are used to get mortgages, to get into schools, to get jobs. So we're creating a mirror image of ourselves in some way, and our biases definitely go along with it. And that's you know, Amazon just backed off a project that they determined to be terrifically gender biased. So there's a little bit of kind of self-awareness in corporations about that.
So I understood the question to be a bit rhetorical in the sense that the short answer is yes. We all have different conceptions of what AI is. One of the things I'd like to point out in addressing that is that we often have this tendency to attribute to AI a kind of social valence. We treat it almost as an entity unto itself, that it's a unique ontological category. As I said last night, it's not quite a full-fledged person, but it's not just a toaster either, right? People have talked about different kinds of AI. They've talked about narrow artificial intelligence. They've talked about artificial general intelligence. They've talked about artificial superintelligence. In my estimation, for the short time I'll have to make my reply to this, rather than focusing on the different definitions of what AI is or might be, I'd like to bring to your attention a fun term that's sort of gone viral on the internet, which is this notion of photonomy by a US documentary producer. And what she says when she describes AI is she tries to remind us that AI isn't some thing that's out there. It's a system, and it's a system, the undergirders of which are people. And the notion of photonomy, as she describes it, is this idea that there's all these human beings underlying the AI system that do a lot of labor, often a lot of invisible labor, to make the machines appear smarter than they are. And whether we won't need to take it as a smarter than they are or smarter than us, the point is that AI is deeply connected to us because we're the ones who generate the AI, at least for now. And I think that's an important set of reflections to keep in mind in thinking about the definitions of AI.
I'm looking right. Yeah, can you grab a microphone, please? Thank you.
Hello? Okay. So I wanted to follow up on something that James mentioned just now and then also last night about this the need to, like, this is, AI is so complex. There's such a potential for people with power to abuse it. So are there ways that when we look back at other challenges that our society has faced, are there situations where we've done a good job like regulating something like AI that we can draw on as we're trying to figure out how do we strike a balance between making sure that all the power is not just with Googles and the Amazons and also serves the interests of society as a whole?
Great question. I think first I want to start just very briefly with an example of when it didn't work out, and I use this a lot in talks, and that's nuclear fission. In the 20s and 30s, we thought of 1920s and 30s, we thought of fission as a way to split the atom and get free energy, and then this period of utopia would follow, but instead we incinerated 2 cities full of people, and then we had a gun in our own heads for 50 years and up till now with the nuclear arms race. There was no maintenance plan for that technology. There's no maintenance plan right now for AI. A good example of when we have succeeded is with recombinant DNA. I think it was 1973 in California, a bunch of people stopped research and they went to the Asilomar Conference Center. And if you look up the Asilomar, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but the Asilomar rules were about DNA, and there are simple things like don't track the DNA out on your shoes from the labs and don't pollute the environment. And those rules have been upgraded and modified down the years, and they've really provided good guidelines. A couple years ago, a group in the United States called the Future of Life Institute recreated some Asilomar rules for AI, and they're worth looking up. They're called the Future of Life Institute, and they got a bunch of people together at Asilomar and did it again. So I think, yes, we have succeeded with dangerous technologies. We've actually relinquished some dangerous technologies and pushed them away. I don't think there's any possibility that's going to happen with AI.
Can I jump in there too? Yeah, no, I think we do have certain models that have been very helpful. So for example, in the context of privacy, there are data protection principles which have gone global. Canada has enacted its own legislation as a corollary of the OECD guidelines that were produced in the 80s. In fact, that template is often used for what are now being called AI impact assessments. And so we do have some principles, but I think I'd like to point out at the same time that a lot of the kinds of questions that are going to arise with respect to AI are going to be questions which are novel. And this is why my life is dedicated. I teach a course called Robot Law, and it's dedicated to teaching the next generation to start thinking about how we solve problems in a discipline like law, which is so backward-looking. You know, how does the law decide outcomes? Common law judges look to previous cases back in history to try to figure out what to do about the future. Legislators look back to the original intent of people doing that. And we need to find ways to sort of grab the future and pull it into the present and think about some of those things. And there are techniques for doing those. We probably don't have time to go into them now. I could have a one-off conversation with you. But I guess the basic message that I'd love to get across is that we shouldn't throw our hands up in the face of new technologies and think that this is just too novel or complex to regulate. That's what we said about the internet 20 years ago, and we learned very quickly that of course the internet would be regulated just like everything else. And so I'm hoping, as some of the smartest people in this room, which are concentrated in the first couple rows, that you guys will also grab the mic and get into this conversation as well, instead of letting the adults hog the whole thing.
And just to jump in very quickly, if the data that's analyzed is available to everyone, and everyone understands how to analyze it, then the opportunity to distort is removed. And if AI does not have to be put in charge of decisions. I'm comfortable with an AI robot vacuum cleaner deciding what pattern to use in sweeping the floor. But there's no reason why mortgage decisions need to be made by an AI when they could be made by a group of people representative of the larger stakeholders who have AI assistants to help them understand the data. So I think that there's a kind of technocentrism here that I find troubling.
Chris, I have Chris here in the back, but just before, I want to leave hanging the challenge that putting the data out and having people analyze it will create a self-correcting awareness, which I think is what you were saying, because I don't believe that's what's happening at the moment in the world of politics at all. The data are available, we can all analyze it, and we continue to see all kinds of perversions around the data and interpretations. Christia, I know you have some comments.
I'd like to draw your attention to the screen. Can you hear me? Oh, perfect. Okay. So for those of you who have been following the narrative on the side, there's a number of questions and comments that are occurring. And one of them I wanted to put to the panel, because I think thematically it's fairly strong in the commentary. And that's the idea of using AI for social good, like using AI for good and not evil. And how does that play out, not just in education, but sort of in society writ large? And I think that whole notion of, what could the consequences be, for example, if, and this is my question, if a country used a certain type of AI for nationalistic purposes that were counter to another country's desire of how to use AI. So how does that play out down the road?
I can give a really good example of a technology that's being used both ways. I know a woman who has a company where the AI analyzes micro-expressions, like the tiny things we do with our faces. And if you put in enough micro-expressions from enough people, you'll be able to read someone's mood. Now she can use that, she could use that for surveillance. This would be an excellent tool for if you wanted to know more about your candidate for a job, or if you wanted to analyze people's faces as they move through an airport. You could really judge their moods and maybe what their intentions are. However, she's using it to create a database of micro-expressions that lead to suicide. And so she's using it for social good. And this is the thing about so many of these powerful AI applications. For every socially good use, there seems to be 10 other uses, especially Department of Defense uses. And unfortunately, the deep pockets are creating products. They're not necessarily trying to create things for social good. And the people who are generating a lot of the really powerful AI don't really have the social good in mind. They have quarterly reports in mind.
I think it's also important to say what is good and what is evil, because inevitably there will be a spread of views about what is good and what is evil, even in this room, that is very much based on the individual's perception of those things. So, I mean, it's really absolutely challenging, I think, to be able to say, how could you use this for good? Because not all of us would agree that that's a good use, which takes me back to Ian's comments that there are some really fundamental questions that we need to ask about what are we prepared to give to the technology side to be able to run and manage. Question over here, Lynn.
I wanted to follow up on Ian's. Can everybody hear me? No, not quite
Can
yet.
I think you have to speak really close to the mic.
Really close to the mic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, there.
Yep, you're good.
There. Okay. So, with regards to Ian's comment, you were talking about how, in order to develop law, I guess, around AI, we need to look to the past. And in education, we do very much the same thing, don't we? We look at how we learned and what we know, and that's what we teach our learners. Yet the way we're preparing them, by the time we use, for example, in university, we use a lot of research in order to teach them. We know it takes 3 years, 4 years to publish a paper. By the time it gets into the classroom, it's maybe 2, 3 years down the line. By the time the learners get through this material, it's already surpassed, especially in this age of technology. So how do we prepare our learners to be able to shape the future, a future that doesn't exist yet or is about to exist? How do we do that?
Yeah, you might not like my answer very much, but I think in many ways we have to keep doing what we're doing. And I'll give you an example. I don't necessarily mean in the context, well, I do as a law professor, I absolutely mean that. And let me give you give me a chance to defend the claim.
Go ahead.
All right? So when I started being a professor in the late 1990s, there was this thing. It was called the internet. And it was a big deal, and people thought that it was unregulable, and that we'd never sort of know how to deal with this wild, wild west, as it was called at the time. And there were many of us many people in that debate that were saying, forget about regulation of the internet. That would be like asking King Canute to make the tides retreat. And then there were some of us who were saying, no. We'll regulate the internet. It's not going to be easy to figure out at first, and it's moving at lightning speed. But eventually the norms will settle. And a colleague of mine who's very famous in our field by the name of Lawrence Lessig wrote a paper in 1995. And he was talking about the question of free speech on the internet at that time. And he talked about the First Amendment as it's referred to in the United States. And he said, if we were to cast the First Amendment into silicon today, he's saying in 1995. In other words, if we were to try to write the laws all at once in a hurry, we would fundamentally get it wrong. And the reason that we would get it wrong is because it takes time for the norms to inculcate and for the culture to develop and for us to understand the culture that is developing around those norms. And so he prescribed as a result of that, and it's something I've been very much in agreement with and believe as well, that common law is actually a really good mechanism for dealing with this. Common law is based on these decisions, of which precedents are built, small incremental decisions upon which large changes in society are made. And so that's a decision-making mechanism that has actually served us pretty well in our ability to accommodate new technologies. Not well in the sense of people who are impatient and think we've got to get it right away and write the rules all at once. But it has served us well in terms of being able to incubate the ideas and let them grow. So that's not to say that all education needs to be the same. I just told you 5 minutes ago that I've been teaching this course called Robot Law, which is quite out of step with what my colleagues are trying to do in more traditional legal frameworks. But I think those are the things that we do. We think about problems incrementally, and we learn about them as things go on. And if we're so wowed or overwhelmed by a particular technology, as we continue to do, as Chris very well said last night, in these cycles, these repetitive cycles, what we end up doing is forgetting all the things that we did learn in the past. And I worry that the story ends the way that Raiders of the Lost Ark ended, the first Indiana Jones movie, right? They get the Ark, and what do? They warehouse it in a place where nobody remembers anything like that. So we have to maintain our wisdom that we've developed, and we have to carry it forward. And I don't think that means just simply abandoning the past and radically rewriting everything, for what it's worth.
Yep. Can you get a microphone? No, they just, if you hold up your hand, they will know which microphone it is, I think, so they can, you should be good now. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Obviously, you can. So my question is to Chris Lede, and I'd just like to follow up on elementary school education and how AI, that we need to change the way we teach and we educate our kids. I guess I would like to, hoping that it's going to be an ongoing change, that it's not going to be disruptive, that we are not. May I learn what would be the steps that you would recommend that should be done to, I guess my concern is especially I don't see clear rubric around assessing those 20% skills, and I don't see much awareness around maybe teachers how to assess them. And one is what would be the steps to go to that path. The second question would be if you have the power to just erase everything and do something, what would be the model that you would recommend?
Well, first, there's a number of resources available now that are thoughtful overviews about what people really need to know to function well in the 21st century. Not just kids, but people whose careers are going to disappear and need to think about another career. I would refer to, in the last year, Pearson and a British think tank called NESTA came out with a report on Education 2030 that talks about the core cognitive skills. A couple months ago, the OECD came out with a report on 2030 that talks about the core intrapersonal and interpersonal skills that are central for the 21st century. The reason they're picking 2030 is that kids that start in kindergarten in 2018 are going to be graduating around 2030. So that's the perspective that they're taking. The U.S. National Research Council report from 2012 on education for life and work in the 21st century is another good overview. And all of these reports are saying pretty much the same thing, which is that there are human skills that machines don't do well, and we need to focus on preparing people for a division of labor in which they partner with tools that do the things that people don't do well, and allow people to do much more. So what would I change? I think that things like Montessori education, which goes back 100 years, are a really good place to start. It's personalized, and you hear a lot of talk about personalization now. In Chicago, Leap Innovations has a very good framework for personalized learning that emphasizes student agency, because how you learn how to be creative and how to have initiative and how to do leadership and how to handle conflict resolution and how to work with other people is to start doing it, and to start doing it when you're very, very young. And the technologies can provide ways of supporting that, even though skilled teachers are always going to be at the heart of it. I think the biggest problem in education is not that we can't keep up with the research, but that we don't follow anything that's in it. In the year 2000, the U.S. National Research Council published its second most popular report ever, called How People Learn. And in 2005, they published How Students Learn in Science, Mathematics, and History, pointing out that those three are completely different. And a month ago, they published How People Learn version 2.0, which brings in much that's happened in neuroscience and much that's happened in understanding culture since How People Learn were published. So the principles are all there. What we need to do is all there. The problem is that we're not doing it, and AI cannot fix that, but we can.
Can I go further, Chris, and say that I think the systems are set up so that we beat out of the older students all of those inventive things that we were teaching in the Montessori type education, so that they become, and I'm going to use the term, much more white male thinking in the way that they behave. Which is one of the reasons why we have still a glass ceiling for women being involved in leadership positions, why we don't have racial equality in action, because we actually have a system that is designed quite specifically to make everybody the same at the end when everybody thinks differently. I have a question over here. Just stick your hand up there. Yeah, you should be good.
I have a comment and a question. I think that coming back to the 21st century skills and listening to Chris and the research, I believe that we need to shorten the gap and have researchers work more closely with practitioners. And when we hear, we need to be doing the same things, I think there are some things that we're doing good. But I think there's a lot that needs to be changed, and we also need to shorten that gap with students. And when I talk about students, I'm not just talking about having them participate in events like today, but really developing student agency. And that's at the elementary, secondary, and post-secondary level. So if we think that all of the ones that are responsible for all of the programs have all of the answers, I think we're wrong in thinking that way. And I think that students, whether they be at the elementary or post-secondary education, have some answers for us to be working with. And when we talk about 21st century skills, I mean, we have in our board grade 1 students doing coding. And so when they're coming to the university, and I'm going to put my mother hat on, I have 2 students that are at university, and I won't mention which ones, it's 2 universities, and one is at college. And the one in university, because I will ask questions, of course, I'm an educator in innovation, so I will ask questions. And my oldest one in university just had an exam not too long ago, and he doesn't always go to his class. And I says, well, why not? Aren't you interested? And I said, well, they're just reading the slide. And so he read the slide, and he got an A on his exam and not being in the classroom. So I think there's a different way of teaching at all levels, whether they be in grade 1 or at the university or 4th year program university. So I think there's a lot of things that we need to change. We're doing it where we are with the French Catholic Board. And the thing is, the 21st century skills is what you need to foster and develop. So with our students, whether they're 4-year-olds or 18-year-olds, we develop critical thinking, and we've been developing this for over 7 years. It's not about the technology. We're talking about AI today. We'll be talking about something else at lunchtime. So I think that we really need to ponder about the skills that we need to develop in students, no matter what age they are, and no matter if they're not students, because even at our level, when we're working in our fields, we're still learners, and we're 21st century learners, and we really need to get up to date with that. And I think that we have a moral imperative to foster that student agency and to make sure that we shorten those gaps with respect to how we're getting the students to teach. We need to get the private sector in on the game as well.
Thank you. You actually stimulated the student body to at least one person say they'd like to speak. So go ahead. Just hold your hand up so we can make sure the mic works. Yes, it does. You'll have to speak fairly close to it.
A comment I have is that we do have the resources, but does every school have the resources? I have people from, for instance, St. Matt's, and she tells me that our school is more resourceful because she used to be at our school, Immaculata, and she used to have, we have a lot of funding in our school, but when she moved schools to Orleans and St. Matt's, she didn't have the resources that we have. So how are we saying that students have resources to the other schools they don't have, right? We have programs in drama, creativity that AI can't give us, but students are not getting the creativity that they can perform in creative arts. You know, there's programs that students, yes, technology is great, I agree, but I mean that there are departments that AI can't teach. They can't teach emotion, they can't teach acting, they can't teach the arts of like painting and stuff. Of course they can paint, but is there the emotion in it? Another thing is I want to state is that last year in grade 11, I've written a research paper on how technology affects the child on the brain. And essentially, I believe technology is great, but I believe that the certain ages, like from birth to like, I believe 11 is a great age where we shouldn't give children technology, because at those ages, they can develop an addiction to technology that easily. Yes, technology is great to influence them, to help them gain the skills. I know we're a society, an industrialized society, where we want children to gain skills right away so that they can be able to go to the workforce. But I believe that children should still be in a delicate childhood where they learn through going outside, through socialization. But kids essentially now today are stuck on their iPads, which I did myself. But now that I do research and I'm interested in anthropology and sociology, there's a lot of kids that are just focused on technology of iPads. Yes, the parents argue that they're learning through these apps, but are they essentially learning through human behavior? Are they learning from parents, or are they learning from technology themselves? Are they going to be isolated from human emotion? Are they going to be learning from these people? How are they going to be in society? How are they? So like essentially in my research paper, I argued that these children are not gaining the experiences they need to learn. They are learning from a computer that are telling them a rule book about how they should behave in society.
There's another question over here. Can you pass the mic down, or?
Yeah, that's you.
So, I have a question from the panelists. For the panelists. That's kind of related to what has been said. How do we know what skills are going to be useful? How do we know that the child learning through the iPad isn't the future? How do we know what skills are going to actually help these children succeed later in life? How do we know what to teach them?
So for the last 10 years, my colleagues and I have been building what we call immersive authentic simulations. For the middle school, we've built 3 curricula that involve students being ecosystem scientists. So they might be sitting in a middle school classroom in the middle of the winter, but through a technology interface that's like an internet game, they're at a pond together in the middle of the summer trying to figure out why all the fish died at the pond. And it's authentic. It's not a game. It's an opportunity to behave as an ecosystem scientist and do the things that ecosystem scientists do. And what we found, not surprisingly, is that when you support them properly, all middle school students can function at upper high school or even lower college level in terms of learning ecosystem science, as well as learning a bunch of soft skills that go along with that. The 4th curriculum now is 3rd and 4th grade. Not only are we throwing in virtual ecosystems, but we're throwing in computational modeling, where you first observe a species, and then you see if you can use an appropriate programming language in order to develop a model of the species. And the kids are eating it up and behaving much like 7th or 8th graders would. So again, you see that with proper supports, all kids can do a lot more than they're getting given credit for. So let's take the things in adult life that we know are important. For example, we know that we're in a lot of trouble in terms of our ecosystems, and that we really need people who can function as ecosystem scientists to help us preserve and reverse some of the very unfortunate things that are happening. And let's use things like immersive authentic simulations to bring those into schools, because that's not going to change regardless of what advances in technology we see in the next generation.
I have a question at the back. You've been waiting a long time.
Good morning. I have a couple of things to say. I would like to think of AI in terms of bridging the existing gaps that we have in our society. One of these gaps, when we start talking about tackling the achievement gaps, as we know, there is people who can learn quick. Some people, they might learn in different speed. How we could use the AI to bridge this gap. The second part, which is socio-economic gaps, we know that the accessibility to AI technology would be something significant. AI could be used to bridge this gap, narrow this gap, but what we have exist now, it's not every school, as one of the people asked before, have the access to such technology. So we need to think in terms of we are trying to solve some of these gaps, but we have to be careful that AI should not be used in a way or indirect way to lift some other group behind. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment here. Can you pass the mic down? Thanks. I'll come to you next, Justin.
My question was, if we focus all of our efforts into kids learning through technology, how are the kids that don't have access to technology going to learn?
Well, the answer to that is simply that we have to remediate the fundamental injustices of differential access to powerful things, whether those are technology, whether those are good teachers, whether that's the kind of nutrition and safe neighborhoods that pervade life outside of school. These are things that are fundamental rights that people have, and they will not be solved by making technology better and better. They will be solved by making technology more and more equally distributed.
I want to jump in on that and try and provide a different kind of response to that. I think one of the things we have to sometimes think about is exactly what is underlying the technology and the decisions that led up to its adoption to use it in a particular context. So whether it's iPads in the classroom, whether it's PowerPoint in the lecture hall, you know, there is a whole sort of political, economical analysis that underlies why those tools are being used. And so I think it maybe shortchanges the problem a little bit to simply say, oh, we just need to better distribute the technology, as though the technology is a magic pill that solves everything in that way. I totally and completely agree with you that there are access problems, and that part of the solution to those access problems is to making sure that the technologies that are being used are accessible to a wider range of people, to everybody who needs to use them. But it's also a question about whether those technologies themselves are actually always the right tool for the right job. And what I've been hearing in a lot of the past several comments is, in fact, what's happened is we have adopted as particular norms in education the idea that certain technologies are the state of the art. And we saw this with PowerPoint in the classroom. In the early 2000s, everybody who was into tech was using PowerPoint in the classroom. And there's a lot of us who don't use PowerPoint in the classroom, particularly, I think, in response to the kind of thing that your son was saying. PowerPoint is a particular medium. It tends to be used by somebody who's conveying information to other people, and it tends to make those people, unless it's used really effectively, as passive sort of recipients of knowledge in the classroom, and it doesn't engage them in ways that you said that your son was bored. So I think part of the question that, answering the question that you're asking, which is a great question, involves asking the deeper question of why is that technology there in the first place, and to what extent do we need that technology? To what extent could we be doing other things to foster the same skill set? And then to ask questions about how we promulgate all of those things in ways that provides greater access.
Yeah, and I don't. I've got a couple of kids, and we've got an iPad. But you know, that's a product, and the things on the iPad are products, and no one's really devised anything that I've seen yet for younger kids that's really very good, as it really adds any value to their education through technology. I mean, I think small classrooms with good teachers is really still the way to go. I think when I think about technology in classrooms, I think about the jobs that are going to be wiped out, and what kids should be learning in secondary school and up into university to prepare for that. I don't think there's going to be any job that involves playing games on iPads. Maybe unless you're a game designer, but then that's a pretty small niche. We can't train everybody to be game designers. So I agree with what you said. I think is education a problem that technology is a solution for? And generally, I would say no. I think this is a really good example of this immersive VR, and I've seen a lot of really cool VR and AR applications, but I haven't seen too many good ones for education. Mostly it's about games. So I think maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe we should be asking a little bit about how is education going to have to change in order to get kids ready for a different world without the kind of jobs that they used to be able to have.
But I think part of the same narrative is to ask the question, how will education change in order for us to figure out whether the world ought to be changed in this way that changes those jobs for people?
There's such a giant economic wind propelling AI that I don't think we're not really as in charge as we could be.
Well, I agree that we're not as in charge as we should be, but I think that's part of what education ought to be able to do. It's to provide the students with the kind of agency that was spoken about earlier, to empower them in that way, rather than to be speaking of these technologies as though they're inevitable, or that they stand alone, or like the internet, we can't command. It's like asking us to command the tides to retreat. I just think that I don't think I disagree with you that much. I just think there's a critical layer of questions here about whether these technologies ought to be adopted, whether they're inevitable. And what I'm hearing from some of these guys is they're saying, well, you know what, some of these technologies actually aren't that helpful to us that are being used today. And so although people, think that we're in the 21st century because we have iPads in the classroom, that's not what's fixing the problem.
I've got a whole load of people who want to ask questions, and we're actually at the end of time because we need to be able to make sure everybody else gets space. this gives me the opportunity. I'm ignoring the people over there who are shouting out, you know, you've got 5 minutes and all kinds of things. Be quiet, Aline. What I would like to do, though, is to encourage you to come and talk to the panelists. And although Ian said I began with a disruptive question, I would just like to highlight the fact there were 3 questions that were asked in this session. They were, to what extent does the drive towards ever-increasing development of AI displace traditional skills, knowledge, and expertise? What impact does this have on current educational offerings? And what societal safeguards might we need to avoid this kind of disruption? And I think the panelists have answered all 3 of those questions, and you have challenged them to think about those questions effectively. So could I ask you to provide a round of applause and thank the panelists for what they have done? We now have a coffee break, but I would encourage you to come and barrack these 3 with their questions. And thank you very much for your participation. And I apologize to at least the 5 people who I cut off from asking questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Alastair. Thank you for all our panelists. And I want also to let you know that, so the break is on the other side of this hall. But you will see also one of our colleagues under the banner Ideation 6. And if you want to still push some ideas on which we should be thinking of throughout the year, please let him enter those ideas into his software Ideation 6, because we will use these ideas to, as I said, go on the reflection throughout the year. So don't hesitate to go and see him. He can also give you, lend you a laptop so that you can keep it with you throughout the day and you can go on pushing ideas. We've seen also all the different ideas that you've put here on Nureva. This is not lost. From time to time, our 2 anthropologues will raise those questions to the group, but we will also keep all of that because what we are capturing, again, is going to be then analyze, synthesize, organized, and put on the website so that we go on the discussion. But please go ahead and have your break. Thanks. Merci beaucoup. Back. Merci d'être de retour pour ce deuxième panel. Donc, pour ce deuxième panel, nous avons Nevena qui va faciliter ce deuxième panel. I would encourage you again to bring your questions to our panelists. Also, you will see that we're going to use even more the question that you are posting on Nureva. Now, our panelists and facilitator will also see your questions because some of you told us that actually the question on Nureva were so interesting. Why didn't we hear them? Okay, so do not hesitate to go and feed your questions because they will come back here towards our panelists. I want to thank our students who, towards the end, were starting to ask questions. Your questions are so much down to the point. They are so important for us. Please go on asking those questions. Like for the first panel, we're going to hear again 2 video clips, one from Reddit and one from Timnit, and then we will be able to start the panel. Thank you.
So I see 2 main challenges here. The first is that for programs, say in the programs that we might have at universities like Cornell or other universities in the US and other developed nations, training in computing and computer science and AI and related fields tends to be focused on technical training. And of course, that's important. That is a core of what the field is, and that it is important to make sure that our students walk away having the techniques that they need to succeed as researchers or as practitioners of AI. But training on the ethical dimensions and the societal dimensions has lagged compared to the technical training. And so over the past couple of years, I've heard of many universities that are actively working towards addressing this. Cornell is certainly one of them. Harvard is another one where Professor Barbara Gross has been one of the spearheaders for including ethical training within the classroom, within different classes in AI. So I think a lot of institutions are thinking creatively about how to include ethical training and understanding the societal implications within the classroom so that we're not just turning out students who are very, very good at the technical aspect, but also understand that their tools, the tools that they put out are going to interact with the world and that they need to be aware of that as well.
Data activism is, the way I see it is that most people, when they think of activism, they just think of it as, marching on the streets, maybe join politics or join civil society groups. But I think that, people don't really connect technology with activism many times. And when you think about it, so when you think about in our paper data sheets for data sets, we talked about some examples, like for example, cars. When cars first came on the road, there were no seat belts or there were no other safeguards. And in fact, when later on, when they were crash testing cars, they used dummies with prototypical male characteristics, adult male characteristics. This means that every time there was an accident, women and children were disproportionately affected and disproportionately adversely affected. So this only was studied very recently, and that what this means is that we've been creating cars that disproportionately killed more women than men, right? So if there were a lot of women in the room, then this would not have happened. And so imagine all of this technology that we have in the world that either does not address the needs of many people in the world or is adversely affecting many people in the world. And similar things have happened with drugs, clinical trials where the participants in clinical trials were very homogeneous, continue to be very homogeneous. And also recently I read an article about how the genomic revolution is going to skip over Africa once again, because 99% of the genes that are being used are in research do not have any African genes. So although African genes are the most diverse. And not only is this bad for research, but this is also going to create more drugs that don't work well or adversely affect a huge segment of the world's population. So when people think about activism, I think that they shouldn't think of it just as political activism, even though they're all related, but also being in technology and making sure that you work on products that work for everybody. I think that is a form of activism.
This was really, really interesting. So, and we will push it further. So today, for the second panel, we have Matt, Alistair, who you saw in the first panel, and Safian. And I would first invite them to introduce themselves very shortly, because many of you were not here last night, and maybe tell us what they think about the topics raised in the video clips.
I get to go first? Already on? Sounding good? Thank you for having me. I'm Matthew McKean from the Conference Board of Canada. Maybe some of you Canada-based have heard of us. For those of you who haven't, it's an applied research organization based here in Ottawa, and we look at public policy issues. We do economic forecasting, HR transformation, research like that, but from an applied perspective. For the past 5 years, we've had and run a skills and post-secondary education research unit, which I've had the pleasure to run and to work on. And we looked at key themes in post-secondary education and skills training from a pan-Canadian perspective. And we did all kinds of work around gender equity and diversity and system sustainability and career skills development and transitions for undergrads and PhDs. Curiously, the PhD project, where PhDs end up after they finish their degree, regardless of the field, was our most popular and remains our most popular report, in part because of the myth busting. They don't all become professors, but that's not news to most of you. But we took all this body of work, which amounted to about 40 or so research projects over the 5 years, and distilled it all down into what we called some key platforms for post-secondary. Some major themes and issues we think that skills training in Canada and the skills training systems in Canada need to focus on moving forward. And so that was broadly construed platforms around accessibility and increasing accessibility for young people and vulnerable youth and vulnerable populations in Canada, gain access to skills training. Skills training more generally or broadly construed, ensuring that young people have access to the most advanced type of skills training that they can through the post-secondary education systems. Learner pathways, we encourage the post-secondary systems to think much more longitudinally about education and skills training. We don't want colleges and polytechnics and universities just to think of students once they arrive and then to forget about them once they leave. So that was another one big theme. Anybody who researches in this space and in post-secondary education knows that data is also a big, compelling, unwieldy problem. So we advocate for new research on data, knowledge mobilization, and system sustainability.
So you must have a really strong opinion on data activism.
We do, yeah. But I mean, it needs to start with needing more of it, and so making it open and accessible.
Alistair?
You've seen lots of me already. I've spent more than 35 years in the post-secondary system and a bit in the private sector. What I should confess is that I was probably the world's worst student when I was in school, because I wasn't in school. I found sitting in school and being in a classroom impossible. I didn't learn anything, and I taught myself the things that I know. When I went to university, I went to train as a veterinarian, and in the dark days of the 1970s, my course was compulsory from 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening, and I was always caught at 9 o'clock leaving, and told that I would never be successful because I couldn't sit in the classroom and listen to what was going on. And years later, I end up running universities and doing other things, so perhaps somewhere in that system, I was able to learn. But what it did was it emphasized for me that learning is an individual process, and we need to work on the skills that you need to be able to learn effectively. And it doesn't matter which discipline you're in, and they are not, in my view, sitting in a classroom all of the time. And they are not listening to somebody telling you what you need to know. And we need to change this system. As Chris said, we have all of the evidence, and that's what my rest of my life is going to be devoted to, whether it involves AI or not.
Safia?
Bonjour, Sofiane Audry, je suis artiste en art numérique et je travaille en fait à la frontière entre l'intelligence artificielle et les arts numériques. J'enseigne à l'Université du Maine, je suis professeur assistant dans le programme de nouveaux médias qui est associé en fait à une école qui s'appelle le School of Computing Information Science. Bon, j'ai plusieurs choses que je pourrais dire, mais peut-être une des choses, c'est une chose que j'ai remarqué en fait, parce que j'ai commencé à enseigner comme professeur à temps plein à peu près 1 an finalement. Le programme que nous avons à l'Université du Maine en informatique est l'un des plus, un de ceux aux États-Unis où il y a les plus grands gender gap. Donc, je pense qu'on a à peu près peut-être 5% d'étudiantes qui ne sont pas des hommes. Et le Maine est également l'État le plus blanc des États-Unis. Alors, donc ça, c'était un peu la mauvaise nouvelle en arrivant, mais la bonne nouvelle, c'est que j'ai rapidement pu voir que ce problème, en fait, était très bien compris par mes collègues. Et qu'une des raisons, en fait, pour lesquelles le poste que j'ai eu a été créé, c'est que, évidemment, les arts et le design ont, pour différentes raisons, attirent une plus grande diversité d'étudiants. Puis je pense que, peut-être pour compléter, même si je suis un peu nouveau, en fait, dans le domaine de l'éducation, donc j'ai encore beaucoup de trucs à apprendre, mais une chose que je vois, c'est vraiment, pour compléter ce que Alistair vient de dire, que finalement, les étudiants que j'ai ont toutes sortes de façons d'apprendre. Et également que je vois très bien que la meilleure façon de les préparer à ce qui s'en vient, ce n'est pas de leur enseigner tel ou tel truc, c'est de leur montrer comment apprendre. Je ne sais pas exactement comment l'intelligence artificielle va aider à ça. Peut-être qu'il y a des choses qui... Je pense que la technologie, clairement, peut aider, aide en fait, parce que c'est possible de, par exemple, avec des principes comme le inverted classroom, it's possible to, with other technologies, for example, it makes the grading much more efficient. So I can spend more time in the individual contacts with the students. But at the same time, there's also pressures to then increase the classes to have more students. So it's that's why I think we have to be technology in itself, of course, will not solve everything. But I think there are opportunities, and there's ways that we can seize those opportunities to maybe improve access, empower students to face the challenges of the 21st century, which I tell my students when they come in their first year, I tell them, the jobs that you are trying to train for now don't exist yet, probably, and if you enter this program thinking that you will end up at the end of it with a guaranteed job, is not going to happen. You have to make it your own. You have to use this opportunity to grow the kind of skills and to start from the things that you like, because that's what's going to drive you through life. So anyway, we can talk more, of course.
So as you have probably guessed, this panel is all about education, and we've already talked a lot about education and AI. And and so far, what we've heard, or what I've heard, better to say, is that we should concentrate on creative skills, on building skills that are not accessible to AI per se. So to start it off, the first question is, what are some of the current and potential benefits AI can bring to education? And I would like to throw a twist into this question for our panelists. I am a practitioner of AI in industry, and I spend most of my time educating non-technical people about what it means to have a model, what it means to have a prediction, how reliable it is, how do we interpret it, and how can we actually use it, to what extent. And these are not technical people. They are product managers, they are finance people, they are directors. So if we are to rely on AI, which is autonomous in the future, how can we do so without knowing what it actually does? Do we need to embrace it in our education, to understand it first, and then to rely on it second? What do you think?
I'm hoping somebody has an answer to that one, because I come from a different...
So let me have a go, because I think you're actually tackling the fundamental question for me that this session is devoted for. On the one hand, I think we're engaged in a spacious discussion, because I don't see that AI is either the big monster or the big solution to our problems. Our issue is, how do we educate people so that they use AI as part of their normal, everyday activity? And that means they have to understand it. But to me, that doesn't mean to say you need to put a course in about modeling and what that's like, because for me, that's the wrong approach. Chris's approach is the right one. Give people problems, give kids in school problems, so that they realize why they need to use these things, why they need to understand them, and then take that into the college and the university system, so that we don't train them beautifully in the primary and secondary schools to be creative thinkers, and then put them into colleges and universities and beat it all out of them and make them, you know, play the game of being successful when you graduate. Have a seamless education that includes teaching and learning about modeling and the importance of it. Then you will truly have an education system and a future generation that will use AI as part of their tool and understand what they're doing with it.
Anybody else? No? We have a question over there.
This question is mainly for Sofian, but everyone else can answer it as well. It seems like in artificial intelligence, particularly in machine learning, there's a tendency to try and set up machine learning systems so that they get the right answer that we're looking for. Do you think that it's a problem that we're so focused on them getting the right answer that we don't necessarily value the errors that they make as much as we should, and we don't pay as much attention to the kinds of errors that they make and what we can learn from that?
No, it's a really good, thank you for that question. I think you're actually articulating a very important aspect of what in the arts we're trying to address. I think that, you know, like machine learning as it's standing right now is probably like 90% of the applications are related to what we call supervised learning, so like optimizing a specific problem to get a specific, like the best solution that or a better solution than what humans can come up with. So of course in a number of activities, human activities, that's not even relevant or not possible. And the arts, of course, is one perfect example. There's no such thing as, even for one specific individual, there's no such thing as like the best movie. Or actually for most people, you know, like I don't have a best movie. I have many best movies, and even if I would look at these movies, I couldn't like just like take like the average of them, and then it would be also a good movie. It probably would not be a good movie. So it is like so in terms of an optimization problem, art and design and a number of other human domains are completely ill-defined. This being said, there's because of the nature of the kinds of systems that AI is built on, which are inspired from nature, from biology in particular, there are some interesting properties to explore in terms of their generative properties and their ability to suggest things that are new, and also their ability to glitch. And of course, this is an area that you know, that not only artists, but that like scientists, like and engineers, every like the accident is quite often the source of a lot of human discoveries. So just to also kind of bring it back to what we were discussing before, related to how can we, you know, let's say educate students to continue thinking and making things creatively with AI. I think this is very relevant. And you know, on my side, what I try to do is to have students play, like have students, you know, like directly use AI approaches, AI softwares, without necessarily knowing about all the details. But by trying and by trying to make something with those, then they learn something, and they learn something that hopefully that will be kind of self-directed. They learn something that they care about, and they make something also that is as an immediate kind of presence in the world, because they make an artwork or some like prototype for a design work, or so.
We'll turn to the questions from the board.
Hello. Okay, so we've put the Nareva screens behind the panel, and you can start to see some of the content that's coming up. One of the questions I wanted to draw to your attention, panel, was the following. So can experiential learning accelerate good AI? That's a loaded question with a lot of morality around it, but that's the kind of stuff that we're starting to see on the Nareva board. So feel free to add your comments, your cartoons, which is terrific, as a little bit of creativity, and over back to you. So experiential learning and AI.
I approach this topic from the perspective of somebody with 3 degrees in the humanities, and I'm hoping there are people out here who identify with the arts and the humanities, and I'm not totally alone. Okay, this is good. I'm in a safe space. And part of my thinking around this topic, I can't tell you anything that you don't know about AI, so I'll emphasize that. But part of my thinking on this topic comes from work that we've done around workplace automation and the impact of digitization and AI on skills training and employment. And in light of this very well-worn argument around jobs being disrupted and displaced, and workers being displaced because of automation AI, I've taken kind of the other track, which is not entirely original either, but that I think the more and more that AI is able to do for us, and the more and more that automation is able to do for us, the more it will free us up to actually interact with one another and be social and care for one another and be creative. And the more it will then place demands on all of us on our social and emotional skills, or what you also hear about in terms called human skills. And that's a really easy thing to say. So everybody just needs to improve their social skills because AI and technology is going to do all this other stuff for us that we don't have to do already. But that's a really sort of ambiguous. The jury is still out on what that means. How do you develop social and emotional skills? In part because they're so deeply experiential. This is a long-winded answer to your question, and there's a whole work-integrated learning, experiential learning aspect to this. But I think this side of this of that experiential learning coin is that our own social emotional skills development it comes from some deep personal experience, what baseline we start with, and start from, and how we develop from there. So. I'm hoping that the more and more that AI and tech and automation frees us up, the more opportunity we will have for experiences that help us all to get along a bit better and to be more creative and be more empathetic. If that partly answers your question.
Alistair, Safian, these are your area of expertise, I guess.
Actually, I'm going to go back to the compelling story you told yesterday. And that is that with all of the technology, you ended up basically being alone in Australia because you could do it all yourself. And then I think reflect on the challenges that universities have at the moment, where many students totally capable of engaging through social media with somebody, as long as they don't have to interact with them in person, means that you have people isolated in a room where when they have problems, they have no one to talk to that is a real human being. And so I'm much more pessimistic than you. I think that the advent of automation and having an answer at your fingertips dehumanizes us, and that's what we need to address. We need to think about how to create those opportunities for people to do those experiments collaboratively, which I'm sure they're doing in your classes, so that there's the human component to it as well. In theory, you're absolutely right, Matthew, but in practice, that's not what's happening, is what I feel. I know there's a big...
I want to give a chance to Safian because he is in the art world and it's all about the experiencing, but then we'll go to the question.
Yeah, well, I was like trying to understand this question. I was like, what is experiential learning? And then I realized, okay, that's what I do every day. You guys just, that's learning for me. But so I guess that I mean, try to go very quickly. But I would, I mean. Again, like what is good? It's funny. I was recently. I have an opportunity to work with a small business. Not so small. A business in Montreal who's invested in AI, and they have. So they want to collaborate. Really interesting things that we can do maybe with them. But they have a. So I'm an artist and I'm working with this company, and I'm going through their branch, which is called AI for Good. And then I thought, okay, well, first of all, why is AI for good? Why is art good? Why is the AI for Good branch of a corporation doing things with artists? I'm not clear on that. I don't think art is always necessarily good. And the other thing is, well, why do you have a company that has a branch AI for good? Do you have also a branch AI for bad, or why is not the whole company called? And I think it's still. I'm very respectfully. I think that it's a good thing to have that, to be able to reach out to the outside world, because. So anyway, I don't exactly know where I'm going with that, but I would. Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought, but maybe maybe we can go to with a question.
Yeah. So we have a question over here that's been on for a long time.
So like I spoke before, but I want to clarify I'm not anti-technology. Like, I spend a lot of time with technology. I just wanted to state that I believe that our society is very competitive. We come from an industrialized society that is very competitive, that expects students to come out as people, to get into the workforce. But then again, society is a type of person to be like, nope, no jobs. There's no jobs for you. You do not have the education that we need required for this job. Essentially, society, as I see it, should focus on the problems that was created in the beginning in the first place and not replace it with technology, hoping that it will fix for it, you know? I essentially wrote here, society should focus on the problems before adding technology that they may feel benefit students by giving them the skills or bring into education. Yes, I believe technology is the greatest thing that we have achieved in this century. Like, one of the greatest things. Like, I grew up when we began from normal cell phones, flip phones, to iPhones. Like, that is the central greatest thing we can have gone to. But I believe that we can't fix all our problems with technology. If we come back to, I take a families in Canada course in my school. It's a sociology class. And essentially, they believe that society is not preparing students or people to be adults. And that there's a new theory called emerging adulthood, where it's essentially believing that not only after adolescence, there is like an unknown named stage where kids that come from 18 to 25 are just getting into adulthood. They're not sure because they're not financially ready to be considered adults. And essentially, when we're saying that kids should go and get school is amazing, but is there resources? Are they actually being prepared for the jobs they want? A question I want to leave off is that, actually, I wanted to add to the person who said that we're focusing on people should be right constantly, and I believe that is true because our society is building people to come out of school and be really scared that they're going to be wrong. Because, yes, we make errors, we say, go make errors, but then again, we patronize people who do make errors, right? Like, yes, you fall, okay, you fall, but then you're like, oh, why did you fall? Like, that doesn't make sense. A question now I'm going to say is, I said that, can a program, the AI essentially, fix this problem by preparing these students to go into the workforce with the skills that are needed? Are these AIs going to provide the skills that we keep mentioning in this conference, what they need?
That's kind of partly my wheelhouse, I guess, so I'll start. So in Canada here, they have something called the Business Council of Canada, and they do a survey every couple of years. And the number one of major employers in Canada, the number one overwhelmingly skill that employers reported that they wanted to see in new hires out of undergrad or college were human skills. Basic business acumen would also be good, but the human skills. You need some basic amount of technical skills, but that can be learned on the job and developed, and what you learned yesterday in tech probably won't be what you needed the next day. So it's human skills. So my answer to your question, I guess, is to what extent can AI help facilitate the development of the human skills that we all need in work? That part I'm hoping you can all answer for me. But I'm not. I'll remain optimistic despite what Alistair said.
I think we have a question at the back.
C'est une question en français qui nous vient du board NUREVA. C'est celle en bas. Comment utiliser l'intelligence artificielle pour soutenir l'engagement et la réussite?
So I asked Sofian to help us with French since he volunteered yesterday.
How to use AI to support engagement and success?
Would you like to start?
And it's a very hard question.
Anybody? Chris?
There has been work. There has been work at Canada. I'm sorry, at Stanford. Dan Schwartz developed a very interesting series of. Dan Schwartz developed a very interesting series of research projects based around something called Betty's brain. that illustrates what's called the protege effect. And basically what he found is that students would work harder to help a protege succeed than they would work to help themselves succeed, even though the protege was essentially a very, very simple computer program. So it's building on a kind of social emotional response that people have to someone who's less skilled than they are. And it is a way that's established now that AI can help people learn, because AI can be the protege that you are training in order to do better, and you yourself have to learn the material in order to help the AI learn the material.
Thank you for raising that, Chris, because I think that's the most spectacular example of screwing the concept of AI to deal with a human question. Because how about having a protege that's actually a real person who's less skilled than you are in a group? How about having that group learn that the one who is perhaps not so well, not such a high performer, has skills in other areas that the so-called high performers have, so that we begin to become a much more open, tolerant, accepting society, than to use AI to create a protege that will have been coded to be something that the person doing the coding's perception of a disadvantaged, less advantaged person is. So I love the example because it illustrates to me that we're obsessed with using AI in ways that don't actually help us with those. And I clearly, you understand, I'm not going for you at all in any way, because of all the people here, I think you understand the strengths and weaknesses of AI. But it's a wonderful example for me of saying, we've got this great new toy, how can we use it without actually thinking we've actually got other human beings who could be in that position?
Well, I did point out it was Harvard. It was Stanford rather than Harvard.
That also answers my question, I guess. We will have somebody who we raise and understand rather than just rely on. There is a question over here.
I would just want to give them a French answer to the question, and I will add maybe something else. C'est qu'au niveau de premièrement, au niveau de l'engagement puis de la réussite, il faut qu'on définisse ce qu'on entend par ça. Donc, c'est quoi exactement la réussite? Donc, une fois que la définition de la réussite de l'élève est clairement comprise, à ce moment-là, on est capable de faire le lien avec l'intelligence artificielle comme moyen pour amener l'élève ou l'étudiant à réussir. Mais dans tous les contextes d'apprentissage de l'élève, si on est en train de développer des apprentissages en profondeur avec les compétences du 21e siècle, l'intelligence artificielle va toujours demeurer un moyen, un outil. Puis, si je peux donner juste un exemple concret, l'intelligence artificielle pourrait devenir une base de données au niveau de ta recherche quand tu travailles dans ton contexte d'apprentissage, une base de recherche que tu as accessible rapidement, que toi, tu n'as pas besoin de faire. Donc, à ce moment-là, l'intelligence artificielle devient complémentaire à ton processus d'apprentissage, à toi qui demeure profondément humain.
We have a couple of questions, so one from the back, and we'll come back to you.
So there's a really interesting point. You'll probably see it's in red at the top left, and it says, today's perspective is very Western-based. So I guess my question would be, where does culture play in all of this? And how does it play?
Well, I'm the ESL here, right? It plays, so I know I'm not on the panel, but I'll take a stab at that question. It plays a huge role. And this is not AI related. I grew up in a different country, in a different society through a war. So not a pretty picture. But it was also the society that was heavily impacted by the first two wars. There were no male to work as a workforce, so women were totally accepted in the workforce. It was very normal for me to study math, to like the classroom, if I can recall, was half in gender when I was at university. It was only when I came here that even the question of girl in a mathematics class was raised. I've never heard it before. So it plays a huge role. Anybody else?
So I've spent some time working in South Africa and dealing with the challenges of decolonization and trying to form a really strong sense of identity within the classrooms and the struggles that there are. And as a Westerner, looking at the challenges, for me, the fundamental learning was that, again, and I'm sounding like a real broken record, it's all about people and encouraging people to have confidence in themselves and their abilities, and then have a moral compass to be able to actually go out and enact what they want to. We're all full of incredible biases and prejudices and things that in our deepest, darkest selves we'd like to hide away and not let other people see. And unfortunately, the world that we live in is exposing those deeper, darker selves. And I don't see the voice of reason in helping to balance that. But to me, as an outsider in a community that was still torn apart by the devastations of apartheid, the biggest challenge was seeing people from the townships have confidence to see that they were equal human beings to those people who considered themselves to be powerful either by virtue of social circumstance or by color. And it just bugs me that we don't have a place where we focus on the human skills rather than what makes us different.
There is a question over there. Will come. Oh, okay. Sorry. Then go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think that's. I just want to follow up on that question about how the perspective is very Western based. You know, a few years ago, around 2000, there was a concept that was very well known, digital divide. It was seen that there was a divide between the West and the rest of the world in terms of connectivity. But I believe that over the year, that divide has evolved in a cultural divide, into a cultural divide. That's what I can see. Listening to this debate about artificial intelligence, the role in education, I come from a different culture, although I'm from here, so for some people it's unthinkable that a machine could replace a teacher. In their culture, they cannot think about it. It's not something that even they can, but here we are. So I think we have to be very careful. It's not because it's possible that it should be. We are human beings, we are humans. That's all I want to say, thank you.
Thank you. The question over there at the back. Can you raise your hand so that your mic is up? Oh, no. Yeah?
Hi. Hi. So the comment that I had earlier, when we're talking about this concept of mapping people's potential, and what spoke to me greatly was this concept of, in school, I was sharing with my colleague that, so I work in government, so the Canadian federal government, and we're working on this talent mobility project, and I feel very fortunate in the sense that there was a leader that recognized my potential. I had no real experience in innovation before. I was in communications, but somebody saw that I had potential with certain skills that could be applied in a different context. And I was given the opportunity to actually apply those skills. And so, I feel very grateful for that opportunity because that's where I am today. But I see a lot of younger generations struggling. So people that are in school today, they're following like specific curriculum, and then they have no idea to sort of how to connect to, let's say, something in innovation in government, because we're asking for specific skills that perhaps are not being cultivated in the school. So I really love very much the idea of cultivating human skills, because we say that we need that, and we need to create greater opportunities. But to me, it boils down to this concept of recognition. So how we start thinking about how we would recognize an individual for their innate skills and abilities, looking for those outliers, those people that think differently, and giving them the opportunity to showcase those skills differently. And I think industry and government, we as the workforce have a responsibility to think about talent in a different way. And maybe AI offers an opportunity to help create those pathways, because I know that the workforce definitely needs some help in recognizing, thinking about talent differently, thinking about how a person could be in engineering or could be in political science, but maybe is like a really awesome coder or really has amazing creative skills that could be an awesome facilitator for collaborative sessions and so forth. So I guess what I'd say, my sort of comment is just recognizing that things are happening so differently. The workforce needs all of these amazing, like we need an insurgence of innovation and disruptive thinkers, and I think we need a better way to create those pathways to get these amazing people in.
Yeah, it resonates well with me. Thank you so much. I've seen many hands before, so...
I have something to
sorry,
say in
go ahead.
response to
Sorry,
that. I think this points to me to probably, well, one of the most important challenges, which makes me really doubtful actually about how AI can be useful to education beyond maybe like at large reducing costs, and then maybe we can offer it more. But actually what happens when we reduce costs is that typically these the savings are just reinvested, not necessarily in the learning. But anyway, and anyway, so the challenge is that the technology that we have today, and this might change, but the technology that we have today works on very, very large amounts of data, and so they're good tools when you have a lot of data in which you try to identify kind of like broad categories. These tools are not necessarily that good at finding outliers. So if in this new economy or society, what we're trying to develop is we're trying to identify the outliers, the things that are not necessarily that are beyond under the surface, then how can AI that is based on observable data and on kind of like using a lot of data on basically big data, massive amounts of data, how can AI be a good technology for that? The other thing that's related to that, and that's also related to the first question, is that machine learning is really good at optimizing things, which makes it great for a number of applications again. But the fact is that on the evolution, like biological evolution, but also evolution of cultures and societies, is to a very large extent purposeless, in the sense that, so I'm just going to make a quick parallel, like, wings in birds are a good advantage for flying because, flying is great, you can cover more territory. But actually, if you look, and I'm going to pass that, but if you look at the evolution of wings actually appeared through a series of small evolutionary steps that had nothing to do with flying at first. They appeared through scales, which actually were there to release toxins. So I mean, and we can say the same about a lot of technologies and about a lot of societal changes. And so it's actually really hard to optimize anything beyond a very kind of short future. But I think that the best we can do is to diversify, like encourage diversity, and yeah, find like what people are good for, what people are like to do, and make them try to find ways to make them better at it. And I think that can only be done by, interaction with other human beings. So again, I don't see how the kind of AI that we have right now that's like really, the kind of AI technology right now, I'm not sure how they can really help us address that issue.
Anybody else? Next question. Yeah, Andrew.
Ooh, hello. So I want to present a challenge to the panel. So I think we're talking about AI and this conflict or this tension with human interaction. So can you think about ways that AI could be used to promote more useful or purposeful or productive human interaction in the context of education? And so 2 examples, I'll just to kind of get the ball rolling. So I work at Shopify. We hire tons of people. And so the people, like, to know who do I go to if I want to learn about data science? You don't know everybody at Shopify. We're growing all the time. It's the same challenge in a classroom. Who do I find, whether maybe it's the person that I should talk to or the person I should mentor? So is there a role for AI there? The other interesting side of it is, so I used to work at Carleton. I know grading, and oftentimes the role of the faculty member or the contract instructor is to provide feedback on whatever it is. And so often that is mechanical. It's, okay, did you get the APA format? I'm looking for plagiarism, grammatical stuff. So is there a role for AI to automatize certain things to create more space for the meaningful interactions that I think we'd all love to see more of in education?
Interesting. Who goes first?
I think you're on my side on this one.
Can you say more?
My answer is probably not right on point with what you're looking for, but again, because of the background that I come from, I think this is a real opportunity for the humanities and the social sciences, not just in addition to the arts. So to figure out, to connect it to the earlier question around culture. Well, these are the disciplines that in domains where culture is typically studied. And so my hope that we talk so much about interdisciplinarity, and everybody needs to be cross and transdisciplinary, and more often than not on campuses, that's the Bible studies person talking to the theology person and thinking they've gone interdisciplinary. This is a real amazing opportunity, I think, for the humanities and social science researchers on campus to actually talk to the people who seem so far out there, and so foreign, and to try to figure out. You're suggesting profs and students talk, which they obviously should, but I'd love to see more, real, actual collaboration between cross-disciplinary faculty.
So I think the answer to your question, Andrew, is yes. If you want to maintain the status quo, there are a whole host of things that you could do to make life easier. My argument is we don't want to maintain the status quo. We actually want to change the face of education. So yes, you could have all kinds of feedback. You could have grading done. Carleton now has an online triage system for mental health that is, in fact, an incredible boon to being able to do the triage, to lead to putting people into the right place to get the right kind of information. So there are lots of things that I think can be done that make life easier and better, but they are all related to maintaining the status quo. And I think you've heard from a number of people that that's not enough. And whereas Matthew was saying, we're going to have all of this time and we can be better human beings and interact with each other, clearly we're not. So to me, that's where we need to focus the change. Capitalize on all of the things that we can do to make life more efficient and effective. But we've got to be proactive and serious about creating people who think and feel so that they are ready to be in the workplace where they will have a moral compass, an ability to interact with people, and an ability to be flexible so that whatever job comes up, they will have the skill sets to be able to move into that or know what they need to do if they want to move into that field, and possibly have the AI that would get them there.
We have a couple of students here with burning questions, and we'll get back to you. Is that okay?
Oh, sorry. So I have more of an environmentalistic kind of point of view. So AI is supposed to better our lives or optimize it as per se, but while it may help us, it can also negatively affect other lives. So how do you guys feel, and what is your response to how technology can damage our environment? And if you think about it, the more technology and devices are developed, for example, AI is one example, the more of these things go to toxic e-waste landfills in developing countries, mostly in West Africa and Asia, because of a trend that has developed in our society to get the latest gaming console, to get the latest phone and things like that. So can we really say technology is optimizing life if these things are still happening?
Interesting environment question.
Maybe briefly, without I think it's a really good question, and it's also a very complicated question. I would say one thing that it makes me think about is how I would say the culture, like Western culture, that has to a large extent developed these technologies, is thinking about technology mostly as tools to control other forms of agencies or like non-humans and non-living and other humans, and I think that I think we have to think about. I think that clearly this culture has failed in its endeavor because we're going towards a large scale and environmental catastrophe, and there's no we don't really have a solution to that. And so I would say that to me, maybe it starts with one thing that I see is that we have to start looking at other entities, other humans, other non-humans, other like rivers, trees, and technology and AI in ways that are non-exploitive. We have to develop relationships with all of these elements, and I don't think that Western culture has the keys to that. One of the most interesting articles I've read recently about AI is looking at how we can use different kinds of indigenous epistemologies to consider AI more as part of a circle of relationships and of kinship, so that we start decentering the way that we do politics, the way that we do economics, the way that we develop science and technology and art, that we decenter it from the figure of the central figure of the man, which is actually the archetype hidden behind this, the archetypal white man. So I don't think that answers all your question, but I hope it answers part of it.
So another question from a student that's been either one, yeah, both. Sorry, there are many questions. I hope we can get to all.
Earlier, Alistair talked about the problem with just sitting in a classroom and being shown a slideshow or being talked at, which I think is a problem, but I don't think that's the bigger issue, which is the lack of varied experiences in our learning system. So my question is, how can we use AI to kind of tailor learning experiences to each student without having one-on-one but while still maintaining a human element to our learning.
Anybody?
So thanks for the question, because I think actually using experiences is one of the most important ways to diversify thinking and also to provide opportunities to grow confidence and understanding. Those problems can be both the kind of ones that Chris talked about, with a real virtual reality, so that you can be in the middle of winter in Canada and doing a project on the summer ponds in Florida, but they can also be genuinely paper and pencil, and that they can be ones where you actually present people with a current problem, and students will engage in those incredibly strongly. And I think it's appropriate that I tell a small story that might underscore some of the things you were saying earlier. So I've spent a lot of time teaching first-year students from all disciplines to learn how to learn. And that has all been done through problems. And a small group of students was given a problem where they were told that they were actually the emergency response team for Canada steamship lines. Of course they weren't at all, they were sitting in a classroom in Guelph. And they had to work out what they needed to do, because they had a tanker, an oil tanker that was out of control and was going to crash on the rocks in Scotland. And they had to manage the process. So they got real-time messages saying, you know, it's got this much closer, this much closer. So they had to work out what to do. They went, having identified the things they needed to learn, they went away and they did some learning, and they came back to share. And there was one kid in the classroom who was obviously very excited. And it's interesting because he sent me the 11-year anniversary of this event yesterday. He said, well, I need to know what the Canada Steamship Lines do. So he called up the head of the Canada Steamships Lines, which happens to be in Boston, who knew, and spoke to the guy, who was so interested that he flew him from Guelph to Boston, showed him the war room, talked through the whole thing, then talked about the modeling that they do to actually understand what might happen under these circumstances and how to deal with it. And he came back and shared this with everybody. Instantly, the whole class needs to understand about modeling. They need to be able to talk about these things. They're engaged in a problem that is so unreal, it's not true. But to them, this was really, really real. And you can do that 100 times with different problems, gaining experiences that take people to a completely different level. And it doesn't have to involve AI.
Just to pick up on that point very briefly, it's really great when we can say that AI and new tech can do all this cool stuff to help us interact and create simulations. But we could be doing that already. We could draw upon the students' experience in the classroom, or bring in Indigenous perspectives, or think more broadly. But we haven't been doing that, especially a good job of that. So there's probably a strong element here of having to reteach the teachers.
The gentleman at the back has been waiting for a long time.
Turned on? Is that working?
Put your hand up. Yeah, go, try.
It's working now? No? It's switched on. Switched on, so I'll just talk loudly. My question relates to a tweet that I said, and it was prompted by a friend of mine who works for the Canadian government. She's a lawyer, and she's been tasked for the last couple of years on embedding Canadian values in algorithms that Canadian federal websites are going to be using. And it raised a question in my head around how we embed value systems in technology. And my question was, how do we ensure that global values are embedded in artificial intelligence as opposed to Western white male status quo values, which is going to your point? Because it seems to me the majority of artificial intelligence, the majority of algorithms are being written from a white male perspective. and that denies two-thirds of the, at minimum, two-thirds of the world's population who mainly don't have access to the internet currently. It denies their voice and their perspective from being heard. And today's conversation is looking at the issue primarily from a Western perspective. And I think we need to broaden the discussion out. So I'd just like your opinions on that, please. Thank you.
Sofian, we haven't heard you for a while.
I mean, I completely agree, and if I had the solution, I would, you know, I would probably, I don't know, like I'd make it happen. But I think there's once again, I don't think that AI can help us there directly. I mean, we know we know about that for a very, very long time, and that there's this gap, and there's so the solutions that have been advanced are to try. One of them is to try to attract more women and more people of color, and more having more diversity in the programs that teach AI. But I think that and I think like AI for Black is also like there's different kinds of initiatives within the research communities to go and reach out to attract more women in the field. Last year, we conducted a search in my university, and we made a direct effort to try to reach out to try to have more women apply to the position in the computer science. So I'm not an expert of that, but it's just, yeah, I think there's many ways to do that. But I think we're super late in that process, so we really need to.
I just want to answer your question to tell you that the third panel this afternoon, just after lunch, is going to raise and address some of those issues, because we're going to hear more from Reddit and Timnit, who are actually working exactly on the question that you are asking. And I was mentioning last night at the reception, Black in AI, the whole association that they have started to raise those issues of diversity. So I just wanted to mention that we're going to speak more about that this afternoon.
Is there a burning comment to this as well? No? Looks urgent.
Just a brief historical perspective is that AI was created in basically in the United States and in North America, and like a religion or anything else, it spreads out from where it began. So the other point with that is that all programming languages are where they use English instead of symbols, all that is English. So if you want to recreate AI in other places, maybe they need to generate different languages. Maybe they need to, then maybe different perspectives will follow. But the history informs a lot of why there's a Western perspective in AI now.
Well, just a spin on it, as a mathematician, language of math is universal, so there is a point to it as well. There is a really, really burning question over here, and it's been on, the hand has been on for a while. Speak closely to the mic.
One thing that was mentioned during the discussion was that AI takes over the jobs, but a similar situation happened in the history during the Industrial Revolution. Many people lost their jobs, but they led to the developing of society because new jobs were introduced. The same thing happens nowadays. The new generation is coming, and they bring innovative skills, and new jobs will be created. So probably we have to sacrifice the jobs nowadays in order to evolving of our society.
I think that comment should just stand on its own. It's excellent. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just a comment regarding what the gentleman said. AI could have the same language as coding or music, which is internationally known by everybody. If you are from another country, another culture, everybody can learn that language because it's an international one. So
there seems to be some disagreement.
It's not a disagreement. I'm her colleague. And one of my duties is to train teachers how to teach coding in the classroom. And coding is different to programming. It's just an international language. It's an expression of your thoughts, or the way you're thinking. And from whatever culture you're from, you're able to code. And actually, people from third world countries are better prone to coding because they have to pass through many hurdles in order to be equal to Western society people. And I'll continue in French. A young lady before parlait de l'impact sur l'écologie dans le monde de la technologie. Et moi, je suis originaire d'un pays qui est impacté par l'utilisation de tous nos appareils électroniques. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo où on exploite le coltan. Et je pense que les premiers à tirer avantage de l'intelligence artificielle, c'est justement les Congolais, parce que avec l'intelligence artificielle, on est en mesure de retrouver, de suivre, de comprendre tous les joueurs qui créent des guerres artificielles dans ces pays-là, qui créent l'exploitation des femmes et des enfants dans ces mines et qui permettent d'éviter la pollution et tous les effets pervers que ça peut avoir. Donc je ne pense pas que l'intelligence artificielle ou la technologie joue à l'encontre des enjeux de ces pays, mais au contraire permet à ces pays de se réajuster rapidement et d'être victimes de moins d'injustice. Voilà.
Can we have a two-sentence summary of that in English?
Yeah, I'll try. I was saying that I'm from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the coltan, Colombo tantalite minerals are exploited. And I was saying that ecologically, if we continue doing what we're doing now, we're not going to be able to stop that. But with AI, we're going to be able to trace whatever artificial wars and bad or effects that trade is generating, because if we use AI, we'll be able to trace everything, like in conjunction with blockchain, for example, technology, and so on and so forth. So I think that we need the AI in order to solve those problems, although using AI means using technology.
Very interesting. So we have only 5 more minutes. Lunch is almost there and lots of discussion at the lunchtime. Unfortunately, there was a gentleman at the back who was raising his hand. Do you still want to ask the question? Yes. He's been waiting for his turn for a long time.
So I've seen a lot of questions on the board and from this gentleman here regarding the issue of AI being inherently biased toward Western values. And it occurs to me that that's a problem not only in the data that we're feeding to AI, but also in the underlying principles by which AI operate, because we've developed computers so that they process information in terms of zeros and ones, and they approach time in a linear fashion. So this is going to be a difficult question, but how should we address that?
We will hear much more about the data equality after lunch. So can you save your question for the next panel? Yeah? Awesome. Can we hear one more question from our students and we can go for lunch?
It's just a comment referring to the man referring to the Congo. Essentially, when we have AIs take over jobs in like countries in Asia or Africa and other countries, not in the Western, those are replacing jobs that are essentially what keeps the society in that country working. When we make phones or when we have shoes, those countries, we essentially call them sweatshops here, those are the only jobs those people have. That one argument that says sweatshops are good, actually, is that these people have, this is the only type of job that is available for them in this country, and it's what keeps the economy going in that country. If we remove sweatshops and replace it with AIs, where are the people going to work now? How is the economy going to work in that society? I mean, it's terrible to say like, oh, like let's get it replaced and stuff, and it's a moral kind of question, but in a sense, I don't think like us being an industrialized country compared to them, they can't find another job to take over after that.
Lots of interesting discussion for the lunchtime. There was one more gentleman, a student at the back. Let's close up with that last question. Yes, you, the white shirt.
Hello? Hello? So my question is a little bit more towards Alistair. It was about like self-driving cars. So in the future we will have self-driving cars, but like in like computer science we have like engineers creating these AI that like, you know, the cars that make the decisions. So like, then we have sort of our philosophy mixed into AI, and how is AI going to differ from like humans? Like, because we have the issues of like biased databases choosing, you know, women or choosing men over women in jobs. So like, let's say we have, you know, a crash about to happen. How is he going to, you know, choose whether or not to crash into a gas station or into a woman and her child? Because like, if we have more diverse classes and different like people learning in their own styles, maybe someone won't learn the same ethics. Maybe they won't implement the same code as another engineer or another developer in that same AI. So like that could be creating problems, like maybe loopholes or exploits in coding that like governments wouldn't allow, but we wouldn't see until someone died or someone suffered because of it, which would only be caused by the diversity that we want to see happen. So like how would we like sorry, I need to like how would one engineer the same ethics as another that's learning in a different environment, a different educational institution?
It's a great question, because I think the most important thing about this is that whilst we all think differently and learn differently, what we actually need to do is to appreciate the views and values of other people in the group. And so in my perfect world, we would actually be able to sit down and talk about what those differences are, and even have that discussion of the scenario you talked about, which I think would take us back to Ian's comments this morning around, so you have a self-driving car and it's going to have an accident. Do you take out the woman with the baby, or do you take out the gas station, as a really neat model to talk about? Because that would immediately get you into all kinds of ethical questions, but it would also have a lot of issues around how is the system set up, how is it designed, how does it calculate what are the chances of actually striking the gas station. I mean, all kinds of things, but fundamentally it's making your thinking explicit that is the most significant thing we can do. Hardly any of us have any time to appreciate how somebody else thinks differently. And that, to me, is the most important thing that you can learn. Because when you understand that somebody thinks differently and can begin to see a window into the way they think, you have a chance to appreciate diversity, because you can see where the value systems align and don't align, and you can talk about them explicitly without it being a conflict. And unfortunately, we don't do that. We let everything bubble up until it becomes a terrible conflict, and we simply say, I don't agree with you. And that doesn't get us anywhere in a a society that needs to have a sharing of those differences. So I think you illustrate beautifully why I think the education system needs to change. Thanks.
Such an amazing point to end this panel with. Please give a hand of applause for our panelists and enjoy lunch.
So we're going to have lunch on the, again, where you had the break. Lunch is going to be for an hour, and we'll be back in the room here at 1 o'clock. I just want to answer one of the questions which was on the board, because we were speaking about diversity and bias and so on. And one of the questions was, how come we have so many men panelists and not enough women? I can answer that. Women seems to be extremely busy, have contacted, I think, yes. I have contacted across the world, I have to say around 30 women, and all of them said, well, we'd love to come, however, we've got that, and that. They are very much in demand and extremely busy. This is why we have those lovely men with us, but also some wonderful women also with us. Thank you and have a good lunch. Oui. Attends. Ok, tout le monde, j'espère que vous avez eu un bon lunch, un bon dîner. Nous allons donc reprendre les sessions. I hope you had a good lunch. So we're going to start again, but before going on to the third panel, Christia wants to tell us a few things.
Merci, Hélène. So first of all, thank you to all of you who've been playing on Nareva. Our experiment is increasingly more successful. We started with the Nareva screens on the side. We had about 30, I think, or 40, I'm looking at Roger, comments. When we flipped it up to the front, we doubled the comments. So I'm expecting doubling the comments for the third panel, and then quadrupling them for my session, of course. But I did want to share a few of the themes that Nico and Mark are in the back sort of seeing in the context of the content that you're sharing. So in no particular order, wholly unscientifically, but this is some of the stuff we're looking at. What is the definition of artificial intelligence, and how can that definition be used for sense making? What are the fears of AI? Uncertainty. Can we predict the future? How can we predict the future in the context of AI? This speaks to agency, I believe. What's the dichotomy between humans and machines? Does it have to be negative? Can be complementary? The whole cultural implications and the landscape of culture in the context of AI development through language, through experiences, through physical infrastructure, etc. Very strong critics of the education system today. The whole issue of traditional learning in this new brave world, and what does that learning look like into the future? AI and beyond AI. What kind of opportunities does AI present to us, both in the education space and beyond, and how interrelated could those be? And are we always looking at AI as a zero-sum game? And then finally, the whole issue of the social nature of AI, the sociability of AI, and how does that play into the context of its development and application in communities and ecosystems generally? Okay. So those are some of the really interesting insights that we're culling from you on Nareva, and we would encourage you to continue to use that. We'll be flipping the screen back on so you can see the actual canvas for panel 3 shortly. And after that, I'll be back with some interesting things to play with. Okay, merci Hélène.
De rien, merci Christia. So before yeah, go ahead, Jan. You can go. Before our panelists for the third panel come, we're going to see 3 little video clips from, again, Reddit and Timnit. Again, even if they are not here with us, they have been in our mind, actually, throughout the whole morning. And it's going to be even more powerful this afternoon. So we're going to listen to 3 little clips about AI and inclusion, and then we will have our third panel. Thank you.
Well, so before I started working in AI and more broadly in computer science, I was actually trained as a mathematician. So I did my undergraduate degree in math, and I also did a master's degree in mathematics. And I noticed that in math, it's possible that it's possible that you could have really anyone working on a problem and the product looks the same. It doesn't necessarily matter quite as much who was working on the problem in terms of framing the problem and how they would go about solving it or what impact it might have in the world. But when I moved into computer science, I noticed that there's a lot of degree of freedom in terms of the problems that we could work on and in terms of the impact that they could have. And so that ends up mattering a lot in terms of what questions you end up picking and how your past experiences and how your lived experiences might impact the questions that you pick, and also how you might go about solving them and potentially the impact that they were going to have. So this observation that, that who is the scientist who is actually solving these problems matters so much in the field of AI made me realize the increased importance of having a more diverse and inclusive AI AI community. And so that's why I wanted to both work on increasing the diversity and representation of the field, but also of the field in terms of who's working in the field, but also working in diversity of questions that we're working on, meaning who are we solving these problems for, and what questions do we deem to be important, and how do we go about working on them. So that's why I wanted to work in inclusion and diversity within AI as well.
So oftentimes when I go to these conferences, AI-related conferences, I see very few people of color and of course very few women, and just very little diversity in general. So in 2016, when I went to Barcelona for the NIMS conference, I thought there was an estimated number of 8,500 people, but I believe it's closer to 5,000 or 6,000 people. And I counted 6 Black people. And at that time, I had already started a mailing list of every single Black person I could see. And I basically panicked because I knew how fast the field was growing. I knew that there were all of these issues that people were talking about, like automation or autonomous weapons or bias and things like this. And at the same time, the people who are going to be most adversely affected by this were not going to be, were not being given the chance to participate in this, in the creation of this technology. So that was why I wanted to make sure that I spent a big chunk of my time on AI and inclusion. But of course, before that, before AI, I had always worked on trying to, advocate for more diversity, advocate for more social justice and things like this. So this was just an extension into the AI realm. Yes, for sure. So since we started Black in AI, for example, this year there is now new groups called Queer in AI and Latinx in AI. And before Black in AI, there was Women in Machine Learning. So in terms of the inclusion part, of course, there are many people who are who understand that this is just a very homogeneous field, and in the tech industry as a whole is a very homogeneous field. And so there are many who are working on it. Rachel Thomas is one, Meg Mitchell, Joy Bolamini. And also when you think about not just inclusion as in diversifying the field, but bias and fairness and transparency, accountability, and understanding how algorithms are impacting people's lives, then of course there's many people working on that. So Solo and Barocas, Moritz Hart is one. They work on just on bias and fairness, and Kate Crawford, Meredith, they have something called AI Now Institute. There's Joy Bolamini, who has the Algorithmic Justice League. And I'm sure I'll forget names because there are so many. They're not all on top of mind right now. Latanya Sweeney is one, Meredith Brossard, Safia Umoja Noble, and even Dana works, she has a data and Society Institute. So there are many who are working in this field. It's just that I don't think that so many people connect the issue, both work on the issue of bias and fairness technically, and also some legal and maybe standardization type issues there, and also connected to needing to diversify the field as well. There are not so many people actively working on both of those things at the same time.
So good afternoon. How was lunch? I'm sorry? Lunch was generated by AI? I'd like to thank everybody for coming once again, and also thanking E21 for organizing, U Ottawa for hosting, and thanking our partners who sponsored students to come. We've got lots of high school students here who are bringing their perspectives, so from the issue of diversity, although maybe we haven't done everything we could have to have perfect representation at the panel, it's nice that we do have students involved. There were students involved in the organization of this from the beginning. We have students from a variety of universities. We have students at the back who are curating Nariva. We have Radimus, who's a student working with another student doing videos. And myself, I am a student. My name is Tyler Burrows. I'm a student here in the Faculty of Education. And I'm very happy and honored and a little nervous to be here to facilitate our panel on diversity. So to start, I think we should hear a quick introduction from each of our three panelists for those of you who didn't join us last night.
Hi, I'm Abhishek Gupta. I'm the founder of the Montreal AI Ethics Institute. I also do AI ethics research at McGill, and I'm a machine learning engineer at Microsoft.
Hello, you've already heard quite a bit from me. I'm Nevena. I'm a senior data scientist at Shopify. And before that, I was doing research in graph theory.
Hi, I'm Stephen Downs. Do we get to do opening things after? Yeah. Okay, good. Because otherwise I was going to do it now. Because I have no respect for authority. Yeah. I work, ironically, I work with the government. I work with the National Research Council of Canada out in the East End, avoid the traffic. And I'm a specialist in online learning, new instructional media, internet, and stuff like that.
So we've already touched on last night and earlier today, we've already touched on ethics and morality a little bit. Autonomous weapons has come up, diversity and inclusion has come up. Our question here is, how might an ethically and morally informed AI be conceived in a culturally diverse global context? And there's a bit more. The first question I had when I looked at this was, whose ethics and whose morality? And so that's a question that came up earlier. So I would like to disrupt this a little bit by giving you each a chance to answer it quickly before we go to the audience. But also I would like you to think about whose ethics and whose morality. I guess we'll start.
Yeah, I can take that. I guess maybe sort of we were discussing that a little bit towards the end of lunch. And I think when we're talking about the ethics or the morality, I think what's important is, and that was brought up in the previous panel as well, or someone I think had raised a question, when we're building these systems, I think what's important is to be culturally and contextually sensitive to where you're deploying those systems, who the target audience for that system is. And what ends up happening is that when we're looking at large platforms, they're sort of, cross-border, they're cross-cultural, and there's maybe one set of dominant set of values and morals, or the structuring of that system that gets imposed on everybody. And I think that's where we need to be a little cautious, where we're tailoring the experience at least a little bit and giving back control to the target audience to have a say in how they experience an automated system. And then there was another point which we can, I guess, touch on as we move along, which was on the idea of stated beliefs versus implicit beliefs, where there are things that people say and profess to, which might be from the perspective of conforming with their group, prevent being ostracized, whereas there are more sort of implicit values and morals that are generally agreed upon within that sort of micro-society, but are maybe not articulated or made explicit.
So I hear a solution and a challenge. The solution is local adaptation for local contexts, but also the challenge of what about what people really think and what's going on in the background that we don't see. How about you?
I think I have a similar take on this. So I do make these models, and I know how actually stupid they are. They just learn from data that we collect. They are a reflection of our society as it is, of what we are thinking, of what we are consuming, of what we are doing, and how we do things. It's just learning from it. And it's also discovering the ugly side of our society, right? It's showing us the downfalls of it. And it's a feedback loop. It's onto us to decide how to use this feedback and what to do with it. Are we going to change it, or are we going to accept it and say, yeah, that's how the things are? I really hope we will change it.
Actually, can I just, before you go on, just one comment, yes, very quickly. There's also, as you said, like while we're building these models, I come from a very applied and practical perspective as well. We're using data that we collect from online sources, and it's important to think about who is behind that data. So who are the people who are voicing themselves to generate that data that's available online, and maybe it itself is already from the get-go not representative, because there are people whose voices are drowned out by a small set of people who are just more vocal online, and that is represented in the data.
Hi, I'm Stephen again. I've got 4 things to say, but I'll keep them very brief, I promise. So first, I want to speak directly to the students here. And they all look up. Because this is about you. There's been a lot of talk about how education needs to change and all of that. You can't wait for the system to change. That has never been true and will never be true. You cannot wait. You have to be the change yourself. I'll give you a simple example. While the morning panels were on, I took notes, organized them thematically, published them in Google Docs, and then shared them and invited comments. What did you do? You see the difference, right? When I was in, well, grade school and a high school and university, I literally could not stay awake in a classroom. So Alistair, I really sympathize. Literally, I just, and I see some of you guys like that now, right? You can't just sit there. You can't. You need to be doing something, creating the experience for yourself. If we won't create the experience for you, you have to do it. It's up to you. We can't fix this for you. You have to do it. So, that's point 1. I know, the next point will be more brief. Second point is AI. We're working with very fuzzy definitions of AI here, and some wrong ones, okay? AI is not like programming a computer. It's not about algorithms and rules and procedures. Modern AI, also sometimes called machine learning, is, well, as you said, very trivial and boring, does 3 things basically. I'm overgeneralizing, but it'll do. Pattern recognition, categorization, and regression or optimization. That's what AI does. Okay? It doesn't create rules, it doesn't create procedures. The making of a decision that comes at the end is at the end of a whole lot of pattern recognition and regression and optimization. The reason why I bring this out is twofold. First of all, it's not about biasing the algorithms. It's always about biasing the data. That's a short-term temporary problem that will go away. And it'll go away because we know about it. But the second thing is, the comment came up a whole bunch about the things that AI can't do, right? But these things that I've just said, pattern recognition, optimization, and categorization, that's how human brains work. AI, contemporary AI, is an effort to mimic the processes of human brains. So when you say creativity and empathy and all of that are things that only humans can do. That is not true. It's literally not true. AI is getting better at precisely the things that we're good at, which is what's really interesting about what they call deep learning. Third point is directly addressing your question. Why do we think we have ethics solved? That's absurd. I did a review of a study by IEEE on ethics, and they're basing it on principles of duty and the benefit of humanity, as defined by, say, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. No country in the world has fully implemented the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Our big problem with AI and ethics is the fear, a genuine fear, that AI might act like we do when it comes to ethics. And it might make the kinds of ethical decisions that we already make. So I think we need to rethink ethics and how we're doing that as a species before we start thinking about ethics in AI. And I'll leave the fourth one.
Thank you. Quick show of hands. How many of you guys think ethics and morality and diversity are important things? Okay, leave your hand up if you think everyone in this room agrees with you about morality and ethics and diversity. So, and I see one of the questions we have up on the board here, and I might start with that one and send it to Abhishek, is a potential clash between universal and culturally specific norms. This is something I was thinking about earlier today when we heard global values. I thought, well, what is a global value? Yeah. What about someone whose deeply held religious beliefs means that they cannot condone an artificially created intelligence, because for them that is a God's job, not a human's job? How do we reconcile these things?
So I think one of the things that we said post-launch was that the sort of only, I guess, universal value is self-interest. And that seems to sort of percolate across all cultures, all religions, all geographies and everything else. Because that's, I think sort of rooted inherently in our biology. And how do we reconcile things that, so again, I think that question itself is trying to get at something which maybe is not true, where there isn't a clash between universal and local values, is that, or regional values? What did it say?
They say culturally specific norms.
Yeah, culturally specific norms and universal ones, because that isn't what the clash is. The clash is between those culturally local norms, because when you're looking at a large platform like Facebook as an example, it's not universal values that have been, even values is the wrong word, but a sort of universally consistent structure that's been applied to it. What's happened is that there are folks on the west coast of the United States who came up with some ideas and they implemented it, and it just so happened to have caught on with the rest of the world. So the clash is between those specific values and the values, let's say, in India or in China or in South Africa. And those are, it's not universality versus local cultural norms. It's local cultural norms against each other. And you know, as I think said in the opening remarks, it's giving power to people to design systems for themselves. And you know, I think Timnit mentioned that, and Radit mentioned that as well. Having these initiatives like the African Masters in Machine Intelligence, those are the kinds of programs we need to encourage, where people are empowered to create systems for themselves, rather than being forced to take on systems that come from one specific part of the world.
Thank you. So now I'd like to throw it out to the audience. We've had one question from the board and a few opening remarks. There must be new questions. And yeah, looks like you.
Comment.
Okay.
I want to say that students are simply not lazy. We have resources, but it's not applied to everyone, like I mentioned before in the morning. Whether our voices are heard, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure we all do want change. It's just that I'm not trying to make excuses here. I'm just trying to state that when we mention the problems within education, a lot of the things in curriculum, I was literally talking about at lunch, it's not what like allows kids to be interested in. Like, kids can be interested in programming and still have to take the regular art class they didn't want, or kids are interested in art but just don't want to take the math class they didn't want. The curriculum isn't just based on them, and that's how they essentially feel. Literally, even like, because our society is so built on competition and competitivity, a lot of the times these students are just built on, let's graduate, get a good grade, let's get into university or college, essentially. That's why I feel like the main problem here is the curriculum and how it is based on for students. And they feel like we have to follow this system. We have no say, really. The only say to do it is going to the government and asking them for change. But would it actually happen? It depends, because a lot of changes have happened where we disagreed. Like the one in Toronto where they said that they wanted to change the curriculum on sex education, which was very important. But they decided to change it, to revert it back to the old system, and it's not going to be educating these new kids coming into education to learn what can keep them safe if they were to be participating in these activities, you know?
Thank you. So diversity of learning approaches and interests as well, and then the ethical problems of who gets to decide who learns what about what. Thank you. I see another student, Ms. Radamus, at the back.
I just want to ask a question to the, I'm sorry, I forgot your name,
Abby.
Yes, because speaking about religion, like I'm a religious person, and it's very complicated and complex when the discussion comes to technology and AI. So how does religion, and in a world that we're living in, we have different religions, inform your work in writing policies that you think that this is ethical, for policy to adjust ethics? So where religion comes from, and how religion or religions in a very diverse, not only in, if we say Christianity, we have totally different understanding of what Christianity means. Same thing goes for Islam and Judaism and other religion. How religion inform and contribute to the policy papers you're writing or your work?
So that's a great question. I think what we're trying to get at is also, again, there is that notion of being sensitive to the context, and why I bring that up again is it depends on where you're talking about religion. So if you're talking about religion in a state that is religious versus a secular state, the way those policies are going to be crafted are going to be different. So in a secular state, you might not want to have religion play a very deep role in the crafting of the policy unless it's specifically targeted for that audience or for that group of people. If it's something that's being, as an example, in a secular state being crafted for the national audience, you maybe don't want religion to play a role in crafting of those policies. That said, I think there are interesting elements from religious discourse that we can incorporate when we're thinking about these policies, and those specifically are more, let's say, word evades me, but they're more the common elements between all religions, which are things like doing good, doing good onto others, or making sure that lives are not harmed. And I think those sort of principles that are more generalized and that are shared across all religions are ultimately what might inform policy. At least that's what I think.
Did Stephen?
Yeah. My background, for those of you who don't know, is actually in philosophy, so I've looked into this a little bit. I would argue against the proposition that there are shared values across all religions. Empirically, I think that's false. I think for any given value that you can name, particularly if you actually nail down exactly what that value is, you will find exceptions in both the religious and the secular society. And it raises the question for me, it's kind of a meta question, whether we should be talking about ethics in artificial intelligence to begin with, because ethics does tend to be an individual and often a religious question. You know, does it make sense to bring that into the discussion of artificial intelligence? We might not want it in government policy. Why would we want it in artificial intelligence policy? You know, I think that there's a separation between the principles that define, if you will, what is good and what is the good life, and the principles that define how can we all live on the same planet without A, killing each other, and B, destroying the planet. Those are two very separate questions. The first, ethics, principles, morality, religion. The second, just governance, society, consensus. These are actually different kinds of questions. And so I think the fundamental presumption we have here of ethics in AI is something that we ought to question.
May I add? Sure. I think we are trying to put a square peg in a round hole, or whatever the saying is. The diversity, the different cultures and the different religions is what makes this world beautiful. Sure. So why don't we let every one of these groups decide of what part of these new developing technologies are working for them and what parts are not? Why are we forcing one rule for all? There are universal questions like we all fear of what it may be that new weapons are. I think that we can regulate. I think we would probably all agree on some sort of regulation for it. But things that are beautiful among us, let them flourish and let them naturally develop with the world that's developing on its own.
Thank you. Would anyone like to respond to that or raise a new question? I see a gentleman at the back here with glasses, and then you'll be next.
Thank you. When I was hearing you talking, I was thinking about what if we, instead of talking about potential anticipated clashes between cultural values, if we take an insight at the basis of these values, and I'm talking from a point of view of an educational consultant. Basically, for learners, there is barriers. If you want to be equitable and talk about inclusion, it's the barriers. Whatever, no matter if you come from North Africa, South America, Western Europe, if you are a professional going back to school, you'll experience, of course you'll have some other challenges, but you'll experience basically the same barriers, like how deal with younger students. And I think if we think about with this frame, it will be easier, and most importantly, it will be easier for teachers to implement the use of artificial intelligence.
So do you think the problem is barriers to people's access to artificial intelligence augmented systems, or are the barriers created by artificial intelligence?
Actually, I'm thinking about artificial intelligence as a tool to help teachers teach and learners learn. This is actually the reason why I'm here in this symposium. So the barriers, of course, it could be also the artificial intelligence, but it's the interaction of the learners with the objects of learning. And I think artificial intelligence could help make this easier experience.
Does anyone have anything they'd like to respond to that? Or is it good as it is?
I don't want learning to be an easier experience, because if it's easy, you're probably not learning. I think that what would help most of all, as was stated earlier, is enabling more agency and more choice and control for learners themselves to pick the topic of their learning and to provide support for the very difficult tasks that topic may entail. And this is especially the case, my fourth point, because we're rapidly approaching, as others have pointed out, the era where there are no jobs, or at least no jobs that we recognize. So the idea that we have a curriculum that we know students are going to need, even the Conference Board of Canada can be wrong about this, I think is absurd. And I think that we should be, at this point, encouraging learners, people generally, but learners, young people in particular, to choose the things that they think is important, to pursue them with the greatest vigor possible, and to provide whatever support we can, understanding that the harder they find the task, the more they're going to learn.
Thank you. And this gentleman up here?
Is it good? Okay. You were talking about how we can cater this AI to the local group and let them figure out what works for them. Since these technologies are so global and they impact so many people, do you think it's actually able to just to contain a certain system in only a certain area that people agree with?
That's an extremely good point. The distance, for those who were there yesterday, I talked a little bit about the distance, and the distance doesn't exist anymore, at least in a geographical sense, because internet is connecting us all. So yes, this world is global and it's developing in kind of a uniform sense. But why not encourage the individuals to flourish within it, right? I can be in North America, I am in North America now, but I'm finding my way of expressing my work through AI and solving the problems that I'm working on. So can anybody else. And maybe we will come to the same conclusion through different ways or paths of thinking, but that's just a plus for the society.
I was going to look on this side, just because we haven't gotten anyone over here yet. So this gentleman, but then you, sir, with the glasses, you'll be next.
Is one of the... Is it working? Okay.
Not yet. Keep talking.
Testing? Yeah, there we go. When we talk about sort of the idea of whether or not there are universal values or not, whether or not, can we incorporate all cultures and other aspects of humanity into AI, are we stuck in sort of the way things are going today, where we think about the breadth that those like Facebook have and Microsoft, and we're thinking of single platform solutions solving all the problems for the entire world? Or can we as humans encourage that diversity by not just sticking with those couple of vendors and look for those unique solutions that meet your particular needs? So let's say Amazon discriminates against women. Okay, well maybe women will go to a different company, help that company excel, potentially take out Amazon, or at least take a big portion. Is there opportunity for some of that differentiation to happen based on the choices that we make?
Isn't there already? But you don't want my opinion. Would someone else like to take this one?
Sure. I guess at a sort of, at a very abstract level, that's happened a little bit with the platforms that you see in China, which are sort of separate. They have an equivalent for everything, but that's tailored to how they, interact with each other, how they, what they see as valuable in their platforms. And now, that's not a real answer to your question, because that's partly happened because of protectionism and the Chinese not allowing external companies to come and deploy, or when they do allow that, they ask for censorship, which these companies are not okay with, and hence they don't go in. So the question, I guess, is that a potential solution where people, put in place protectionism to allow for those things to thrive? Because if in any other context, we haven't really seen that happen. right? I mean, if you look at something like Facebook, that's sort of gone across the entire world, right? And we haven't really seen, let's say, a competitor or a local competitor to it, be it in any part of the world. And the biggest reason I think for that is that it's a network effect problem, right? Where you want to be on it because your friends are on it, and the people that you care about are on it, and that, you know, it sort of just keeps building on itself, and it's hard to maybe fragment once that ball has started rolling. So yeah, I don't really have an answer, but I think at least, you know, just bringing up the point about China and protectionism might spark some more ideas or questions.
So the network effect point is a good one, as is the original question. We have Facebook, right? And Facebook, first of all, has no ethics, and secondly, is worldwide. So I hope I don't get sued for that. I'm sorry, Mark, I didn't mean it.
Do expect a notice on your Facebook account now.
Well, I canceled my Facebook account. It's more than 2 years ago now, because I saw where this was headed, and I didn't like it. It was a dark, dark place. But the point about network effects is a really good one. Digital technology allows us to build scale-free networks. Scale-free networks are networks that are not constrained by size. They tend to be artificial networks, conceptual networks like in mathematics, digital networks, as compared to physical networks like rivers or cities or things like that, which are limited by their physical properties. You can have small towns, you can have big cities, but we'll never have a city of 4 billion people. It's just too big to be a city. So when you have something like Facebook benefiting from network effects in a scale-free network, nothing stops it from overwhelming and taking over everything, right? That's the problem. And that's the problem with the platform approach generally. The alternative approach, a decentralized distributed approach, being promoted by people like none other than Tim Berners-Lee with the Solid project, and you know, indie web is a whole phenomenon, is an attempt to counter that, but they're still working in this scale-free environment, which makes it very difficult to succeed. The response would be, okay, let's limit the scale somehow. And that's where we hit issues. In the financial system, limiting the scale would mean putting a cap on your income or a progressive taxation system or something like that to make sure you don't have huge disparities between the poor and the rich. But you see the reaction to that, right? The merest hint of a tax, and you hear all the complaints. The same sort of thing with the internet, right? Now, what would work to address the problem of the dominance of platforms like Facebook to create a distributed, decentralized world where people can choose their own technology and in which diversity, which is beautiful, can blossom, is some kind of physical cap. That's not an ethical question, though, right? It's a social, technological question, but unless we answer that question right, and you probably guess how I answer that, the ethical questions don't matter.
And I think one of the other things is with these scale-free networks that you're talking about, the metrics for success are defined as how big can you get?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the success of Facebook is that it has, what, 1 billion plus people on it? The same thing, when you look at these sky-high valuations, all of them come from people taking pride in the size of their user base, right? Same thing goes for Snapchat, for Instagram. That's how they get their valuations, WhatsApp. And if we might even need to sort of rethink how we incentivize these companies and not placing valuations just on how big your network is.
Yep.
It seems to me the first company that has a really good AI teacher that can personalize learning to some degree across a lot of languages is going to dominate really quickly in the same way that Facebook was able to. And so it's helpful for us to think about, well, how can we have everybody theorizing about ethics and morality before we get to that, the dreaded singularity that's coming down the pipeline.
But the problem of learning isn't a problem of better teaching. That's not the problem.
I'm still student enough to be skeptical on that one. but I promise this gentleman the next question.
Thank you. So I just have a question, because we are talking about ethics in a globally. I think we need to focus maybe on needs, because if I understand from the specialists, we are talking about modeling and helping to solve problems. But the problems in Ottawa are not the same. The problem even in Canada, you'll find that if you move to Africa, it's different. I can give you an example. I don't know if you heard about M-Pesa. It's out of Kenya, because credit cards and banks are not very developed. They develop a mobile app that helps you to buy, to send money, and it works. So what I'm trying to say is, when you talk about diversity, and I think what these two ladies from the US was trying to say, we need to think about others' needs, and they are the better place, to be modeling this and to respond to their need. And then ethically, they would be regulated. So what I'm trying to say is, this is artificial intelligence today has a promise, and to deliver this promise, we do not just need to have these mega multinational solutions, but we need to have local solutions developed by local people to respond to their needs. That's what I was thinking.
It's an excellent point. I don't know if anyone would like to respond to it or react. Would you like to react to his point? Did you have something to add that's directly related?
I really liked your comment.
Yeah.
So as a practitioner, I don't think I understand the problems of the local people, but what I can do is transmit my knowledge, what is reusable of it, to help them solve their own problems. And if I could find a universal way of doing it, I would redo it right away. For now, I'm sticking to my own community and trying to do it within it.
I think about that a lot when I think about ethics, because people, again, talk about ethics as a problem that has been solved and then leave large areas of the world with far less than they need. So our current practice of ethics leaves a lot to be desired. I can't address the needs of individual communities personally, because again, I don't understand those needs either. What I would like to see us do, by us I mean the people in this room, the people in this society, is to stop being the problem. I think that's probably where we could help the most. There was a series of events a number of years ago called Live 8, and the whole purpose of that was to dismiss global debt. I think we should do that. I think it would be hard. I think that the 1% that owns half of all money in the world might be inconvenienced by this, but I think we should do it. Because that's the source of a lot of the problem. I think we should revisit the ownership of resources, especially the ownership of resources by multinational corporations operating around the world. Again, this is a way in which we are part of the problem. Things like that, I think, again, before somebody talks to me about ethics in AI, we need to address ethics in society, and specifically in our society.
Thank you. How about this student? Because I don't know that we've heard from her yet.
My question is, would the purpose of the AI be to give people the tools to solve their own problems, or for the person that's creating the AI to solve the people's problems?
First one for sure, right? I mean, I don't think there's any doubt in that.
Practically or ideally, the first one for sure?
Both, right? I mean, once you agree on it ideally, I think that's the first step towards trying to do it practically.
But as a society, do you think that's going to happen? Sorry.
I think it's a little bit of both. Your colleague mentioned that we do have these global companies, and the world is kind of being driven in one way by Facebooks, Amazons, Googles of the world, right? But on the other hand, we all individually have to find our space in it, which makes us individually contributing to it.
So I've been through multiple generations of educational technology, and that question comes up every single generation, and it's invariably answered the same way. The problems that are being solved are the problems of, first of all, the company manufacturing the technology, secondly, the university system implementing the technology, and third, the government that is either directly or indirectly paying for the technology. And those are the priorities that are being addressed by educational technology.
Are there any other questions from this side of the room? I feel like we're not hearing very much from over here.
That's because my back's to them.
Yeah.
It is. I feel guilty.
Well, if there's not, we can go back. She's been waiting patiently, but you'll definitely be next, okay?
Sorry. I certainly have to agree that we do have to solve ethically the problems in society before we solve with like AI. A lot of the questions I was going to mention was like from the board. Some countries have very, very limited access to internet. But like, is that the main thing we should worry about? In our own society, we worry about not having internet. Even I myself panic. How will I do my work? How will I do my schoolwork? How will I contact my friends? How will I contact my family members? But essentially in societies where they spent years without internet, they don't worry about that. They worry about water, having clean water. They worry about food. I don't want to attack the person who ran this, but if you put your mindset to the person who lived a life where they have to maybe walk for 50 kilometers just for water in African, like West Africa, that's a lot of stories where a lot of girls would have to fetch for water. Their worry may be less about limited access to internet. I think we should focus more on technology, on helping them get the water or get the food they need or the resources they need. For instance, there was an invention where there was a water barrel where they, instead of carrying it on their heads, they can roll it as they go instead of having to carry it for long hours on their head. So that's inventions we need to focus on rather than things like internet and iPhones and AIs. Essentially, we should focus on the problems that in that society has created. Not in that society, I mean like Western society have a lot to do with these problems in societies where they cannot afford these resources. We should mention that, like businesses like Coca-Cola have, a lot of food industries have taken a lot from these societies, and I think it's only best if we want to be ethical to pay these countries back and give what they deserve.
Thank you. And I think Alistair gave us a list earlier today of all of the different things where globally we're lacking in equality and access to things. And so the basic needs do need to be addressed. But what about, since it's up on the board a few times, what about the need for internet? Does this seem like a ridiculous thing to consider that everybody needs? Or does everyone have a right to access the internet?
So I'm going to sort of add an anecdote to what the young lady in the second row just said. It's sort of Western solutionism that's applied to the rest of the world, where it's like, okay, everybody needs access to the internet or X, Y, and Z or whatever, iPhones and AI and whatever else. There was this interesting anecdote where there was a nonprofit that had gone from the US to India to help people with building wells to draw water from the ground in a village. And they went there, they built it, and they saw that nobody was using it. And they were surprised. They said, well, the women of that village had to walk for miles to go to a river to fetch water. Why would they not use the thing that's right there? And the answer was very interesting, because what the women valued was the fact that they had independence from the prying eyes of the rest of the village as they walked to and from the river to go and fetch water. That was their opportunity to socialize. That was their opportunity to discuss issues that they had, which they didn't ever get an opportunity under the prying eyes of the rest of the village. And sometimes there are these sort of social needs, again, that are not necessarily evident to people coming from an outside perspective, and that's why, again, that empowering of local people to create solutions for themselves is very important.
Could AI ever possibly inform an understanding of these types of needs? Going back to the idea of looking at local needs, how could a computer system made anywhere else by anyone else? Is this even possible?
Well, our computer systems are made in China.
Everything is made there.
I think they figured out our needs pretty well.
Okay, we have another student up at the front here.
So we know that we talked about AI and education, but AI is also used in other industries like medicine and military. But if you look at the statistics, the government invests more into the military than education. And I'm not talking about Canada especially, but other countries like Russia, United States, Israel, Germany. And from this perspective, can we look at AI as the weapons of the society? And what does the government value the most?
Any weapons experts?
Oh, I'm not a weapons expert, but yeah, I think that point is well made. And just to put that point in context, and I hope I don't get fired, but it is public knowledge. At NRC, our program area related to AI was called, I think it was Multimedia Advanced Technologies for Security. That was the focus, was AI for security. That's Canada. So yeah, your point is well taken. And a number of researchers were unhappy about that, including the AI expert, Peter Turney, who left NRC as a consequence of that. I'd love to be able to fix that. I'd love to see our work and work in AI generally be for peace and development. How do we make that happen, though?
Neil deGrasse Tyson has a new book about how the military has basically funded all of our scientific progress. So if you're interested in Neil deGrasse Tyson, you might want to look into that book. I think I see Christia waving at me.
Just a really quick question, kind of picks up on some of the content that's being put up here. In your experience, what are the top 3 countries in the world that have actually dealt with or are dealing with AI in a really smart way?
Canada, France, and UK.
Why Canada?
Canada. So what's interesting, and maybe people here already know about it, I was involved earlier last summer in helping to craft an internal policy paper for the Treasury Board Secretariat of Canada, where what they were trying to do was to see how ethical policies could be applied to AI that's used within government services to as the citizens interact with the government. And I had not seen that happen anywhere else in any other government. And it was interesting that the approach that was taken to crafting that document, it started out on, for the government folks in the room, on a platform called GC Collab. And it started off as an iterative document there, but it was quickly made public on Google Docs. where the person leading it, Michael Carlin, you should look him up. He does fantastic work. He started to invite comments from people from different parts of Canada, and that would have normally not been possible. And it was a great way, and it took a tremendous amount of effort on his part to collate all of those comments, but it ultimately produced a document that was very representative of our Canadian values.
Canada, France, and the UK, do we have a difference of opinion over here?
Not really. I don't think any country has solved any of these issues, but there is greater effort in some countries than others. And I've recently been to London, and there was lots of talk from actually Brussels and some of the initiatives there of trying to regulate certain things or certain aspects of AI. So as long as we understand that maybe some of the traditional institutions, like government, are also becoming software developers. They need to deal with data. They need to handle data. These will, I hope, also push the boundaries of what is regulated and how we approach to it.
Yeah. I'd say Europe, specifically for the implementation recently of GPDR, for the protection of individual and personal data.
So I'm told we have one more, and I've already promised it would be you. So I don't know if someone can pass you a microphone. But for anyone who had a question or comment and they didn't get a chance to say it, of course, there is still Neriva. You can keep putting that up. Twitter and Ideation 6, and we will be looking at this after the fact. So don't be afraid, even if it's the end of the day or tomorrow, keep putting stuff up.
Tweet at us.
Do you think that AI can help us at all to deal with ethical questions through Move 37 events like the kind that were discussed last night?
The question is, can AI answer our ethical problems for us?
Based on, well, not for us, but help us to, based on Move 37 events. In other words, cases where where the AI is able to catch something or come up with something that wouldn't have occurred to us and that we wouldn't have expected it to come up with.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of feel that's directed at me since I mentioned it yesterday. But it's definitely a great avenue to unlock new pieces of knowledge that we're not necessarily ever going to arrive at by ourselves. What's I think important is that we capture that and have a mechanism for analyzing that, which is it's sort of an emergent nature of an inherently complex system, and to be able to correctly capture and not discard really outputs that seem like aberrations, but to be able to accept that there are limits to our own knowledge and that there might be, swathes of knowledge that are new coming out of these systems that we start to incorporate. Can it help us answer our ethical questions? I don't know. At least it can give us more perspective. I think that's where it might be helpful.
Anything to add?
No, it kind of brings to the first thing I've said today. It's a feedback loop. It may make more obvious some of the things that are glaring and exist, but we are not aware of them. And then it's up to us what we do with them.
Yeah, my answer is similar. I think probably AI will come up with solutions for some of these ethical dilemmas. For one thing, it'll be sensitive to things that we're not sensitive to. So like the self-driving car problems, right? It looks like 50 of one, half dozen of the other to us, but to an AI, it's like a 51% chance of avoiding an accident versus a 49% chance. It's an obvious decision, right? You go for, but the thing is, AI may come up with these solutions, but very often we won't be able to understand them because it's not using rules or principles or things like that. As you said, it's an emergent thing, which defies understanding as just a simple if-then kind of calculation. Just before I go, I finally figured out why there are dots on the windows, and I put it to you for all, well, for everyone, I guess. Is it a technological issue or an ethical issue that those dots address?
So thank you for that last thought. And
took me all day to figure that out.
Oh.
I just wanted to respond a little bit to that last question, but I think we all need to realize there's no cognitive architecture that's anywhere close to answering an ethical question of any kind. There's no software that does that right now. There's nothing that has that general intelligence. So we shouldn't be looking for these kinds of high-level answers from AI, not now. You know, check again in 10 years, but it's not available now.
10 years isn't that long, as someone who's been through many decades can attest.
Unless you conform to the singularity, which I don't. But
I'm counting on the singularity. I need an AI attached to my brain before I'm done with the current one.
And we have 2 more sessions this afternoon, which I think are going to be more interactive in our teams, so we can maybe return to the singularity there. For now, thank you guys for your attention after lunch, which is a sleepy time, and thank you especially to our panelists as well.
And thanks a lot, Tyler, for doing such a beautiful job facilitating this debate. So now you're going to wake up because we have an activity that's going to be facilitated by Christian, where it's going to help us actually to start to bring back together all those different ideas which have been discussed throughout the day and to do something with it. So Christian, it's for you now.
So the first thing we're going to do is stand up. Everyone stand up. Please, s'il vous plaît. So I want you to reach for the stars. Like, reach for those AI stars that will give you inspiration and attitude for the next period of time. I want you to stretch and touch your neighbor to say hi. You're probably part of my team. You don't know it yet. Okay? And if you can, try and touch your toes. I can't do that. I know it's kind of tough in here, but... And if you can't do that, stretch some more up. All right? Hey. Okie dokie pokey, as we say in my house. So you can sit down now, okay, for just a couple of minutes for instructions. So have a seat. Has everyone got a number with a letter attached to it? Does everyone have one? If you do not have one, put your hand up, please, very quickly. Okay? So we're going to have a little bit of fun this afternoon. Not that we haven't already, all very highly intellectual, smart people in this room, on Areva, online. I've been learning so much about AI and creativity and humanity here that I want to actually apply some of what we're learning. Okay? So that's the goal of today, this afternoon, is to take what's in here and what we've talked about and actually apply it into something very concrete. I noticed in one of the, I think it was the panel 3, somebody pointed out saying, let's take this back to 21st century education. Who said that? Who's willing to say yes? That was me. I can say that too. Well, that's perfect for what we're going to try and do here. So take a look beside you. Who's in your team? You should have about 6 people in your team. So if you can introduce yourself, take 30 seconds. They should be right beside you. A1, A to 6. B1, B to 6. Just look around. Quick, quick, quick. Make sure you've made contact. Okay. Who's got E? Who's team E? Team E? Right there. There's your tribe. Excellent. Everybody connected with your team? C. Who's C? Where's team C? Where's team C? Put your hand up, team C. If you're right there. Perfect. Okay. Anybody else lost? What's the number? Should be around there. Where's B? Excellent. Okay. That's okay. Okay, does everyone have their team? Yes, yes. Okay. Who's missing? That's okay, they'll find you. There's Team R right there. Okay, we're going to do this really quickly. Where's Team A? Put your hand up. Team A. Team B. Where's Team B? B, C, D, E, F, G, 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 G. Oh, thanks, Giselle. H, 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 I, J, K, L. One person. L. Maybe we'll get you to join somebody. M, N, if you're the only one join there, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Perfect. Okay, if you're a sole person, find a team. All right? And here's what we're going to do is we're going to give you some tools. And before I tell you what you're going to do, here are the tools you're going to get. You're going to get 10 per team, 10 pages of easel paper that are very large, 1 per person. You're going to get a black Sharpie marker. You're going to get red dots, 10 per person. And you're going to get blue dots, I think it is, 3 per person. Okay, so make sure each person has that, each team has that content. All right? Everyone with me so far? Okay, so we're going to move my little cartoon over. And we're going to see what we're going to do. So before you do that, well, okay, so I gave it away. So I want you to identify a problem in education. Everybody can find an education problem, right? The simplest problem, the biggest wicked problem. Does everyone have a problem in their head? Yes? Yes? Okay, yes? I want you to create an AI education robot to solve it. You have a piece of paper, you have a marker, you have all the intelligence and information and all that great stuff we've learned today that you bring to the table. You're going to go away with your team, and each individual person is going to create their own AI education robot to solve that problem. Understand? Okay, I'm going to give you an example. Can we move this thing over? Thanks, Giselle. So I'll illustrate what we want you to do. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So this is my robot. Okay. My problem that I'm trying to solve is that teachers do not have time for each student in these overcrowded classrooms. Is that true? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to create my robot. I'm going to give him a name. His name is MacGyver, right? And he figures things out before it figures it out for me. So my MacGyver is a universal translator that is a teacher's helper and that I, as a student, learn from while learning. With me so far? And also, MacGyver has no ethical basis. So he has no morals or ethics. So imagine what that would look like in trying to solve the problem of teaching. Now, what I want you guys to do is to do something similar using your creativity that AI and robots don't have, but we do, to come up with a solution to a problem in education that matters. And the deeper I want you to go, I want you to give me a lot of information, as much information as you can about what it does, how it works, what are the ethics around it, what's its name, right? And you're going to do that individually, and then you're going to share in the team each of your robots. So your robot does X, yours does Y, yours does Z, and then you're going to go in your group and say, I like this part of your robot, I like this part of your robot, and I hate this part of your robot with stickies. All right? So this is the first part up here, the individual part. So you guys can take a photo of this right now so that you know what to do. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build your own personal robot. You can stay in this room and do it. You can go anywhere on this floor and hide. All I want is for you to create it, solve the problem, name it, draw it somehow, label those features in depth. I want you to explain how it fixes the problem you're trying to solve. put your name on the bottom of the page, and flip it up to Nareva. So when you come back here at 3:30, right, 3:30, Sasa? 3:30, we're going to take a look at some of the solutions that you've created to solve problems in education. Everybody understand what the task is at hand, right? The goal is to be bold, speak truth to power, and be as detailed as possible in terms of what you're creating and how you're creating it, okay? I'm looking toward the students for inspiration. So I hope you guys like go really outside the ballpark with this one, all right? Good? Okay, so get your materials here and we'll see you at 3:30. They're bringing paper. There's lots of paper there. Giselle, these guys get paper. Yeah. Hello, hello. Does everyone have their materials? Just everyone's okay in the room? C'est bien? Okay, have fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Radimus is one of our student volunteers, and he is interested in video production.
Bonjour tout le monde. We have 5 minutes left for this part. Please make sure you sign your robot and take a photo of it and put it on the Nareva screen. And then go for your coffee break or beverage break.
Oh no, you guys weren't.
Yeah, we were. I told him that. Go ahead.
The answer is 42.
For everything. I told you. What did I tell you?
The answer is 41. So we're doing
Patrick Bradley.
robotic intelligence system.
There it is.
Shall I put that here?
Clara.
Just before you
Yeah.
taste the food?
Yeah. Clara.
You want to get it?
Clara. Yeah, Clara is a nice one. I can also hold it up this way. You put it on the ground.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying. Early you want me to hold it up like this?
You can put it on the ground.
Put it on the ground.
I just came up with a win.
Thanks, Tyler. Thank you. No, this is a group effort.
So you might say it isn't grade 2, you say, we're going to take your grade if you're junior kindergarten grade 1 results, and then we're going to say that you upsell. And based on that, you need to learn this math problem like this. So that you can succeed. I was African American. It was a we also have it populated with severe traits. Are great. I'm sure you do that based on, because I'm sure at some point there might be a kid that figures out a way to answer and you go, I've got that one, so you didn't throw it into the system.
Let's see if they're still standing. Yeah, go to her.
Well, I guess it's break time now, right? Break time. Yeah. Okay.
No background. Student who arrives in grade 2, you have no background, so how do you help them? That's the one part that I don't know about is how do you populate scenarios, you know? Have to do a test maybe. That's what I wanted to do. I'd like to read that. I saw one developing a process the students is taking part in team building, paying money to be the first ones on board. It's going to take them at the start of the year, you build their profile,
You're getting on one of those, aren't you, Maurice? You have a ticket to get on a spaceship when things like fall apart. I got a ticket.
Are you the token professor?
I'm the token. The token. Now it's legal. I call him the token. I saw him at an event, but the only problem is you a token for that. So you got some?
You're always the
a no-show with me, though. It is.
Giselle, they're going in the earlier canvas part. So you're going to have to move those into the big one, yeah.
Monitors and everything too?
Yeah, I got some pictures of the monitor.
Into the monitors like this?
Oh, not like that. I'll take some of that.
Yeah.
Ça vient?
I love you. All right. Ah, you're an expert now. Are we going to see that? He's got them all.
He's got them all there. They're landing in there, so I don't even see them. Let's see when you pop them up.
Yay.
Okay, so why do they keep going up on that third panel? Now I've just pinned it up here. I can only do something like that. Oh yeah. I'll go see if it's
Oh, yep. Yes, please. So, yes.
I think I just took a bunch of pictures and I didn't hit send. So I thought it was okay. Like on this, for this narrative, I just it's posters.
So you wanted to show the same thing?
Yeah, I wonder if it took it as, if it sent it as all of those 5 pictures or, so to speak. Where's the tree? Where's the tree?
Krista?
You know this guy? One of the smartest guys I know. What's that? Oh, Roger was probably over at, oh, Roger. Roger's the guy that's sitting there in New Haven. He might be in the cafeteria having a break. cars up over there. Not anymore though.
Yeah, those things, those papers, $250, no, 200 sheets. Post-it note things, I think these are recorded.
So did you tell her to use not to post on those cookies?
I just kind of just.
So who's going to see what she wants to see in the workshop?
Well, I mean, for now, I'll just return it back, and then if she needs to order something, she can just go through.
Yeah, I mean, some of them.
Because it says on my
I don't
credit
know if
card.
there are more.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. You work on the big ones, I'll go check.
Good point. How come you always have to make them yourself? Why is that?
You make it too easy. That's why you're so many people.
Shut up. I'm just going to shut up.
Andrew seemed much more relaxed. No, no, just in general. Yesterday he seemed Remember we met in another one? Yes. Stop to confirm. Stop to learn. Move to the past. Move there. Just open it. It's okay.
I'm trying to just make space so I can use space.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, just move that over there. Whatever's in there, move it back, go back to the second panel and make them big.
But if you go upstairs, you look up on the square or the round window.
Very big, as big as you can make it.
The round window has a dot of breathing.
So I can read it, yeah, yeah.
Radiation.
Yeah.
And the dot itself is leading to the brain. And you're looking at it. It looks like a painting or something.
Yeah.
And modern because of the very
I like
Hi, everyone. So we're going to get started really quickly. I would like to, first of all, thank all of you for sticking around and working with us on this. There's a little bit more to do after this session, and then Stephen Downs is going to close us off with some really stimulating conversation about all kinds of really neat things in AI. But before we do that, I want to show you what you've done, actually. And I want to, we're not going to go through every single canvas and model and solution, but I want to show you some of the really cool things that people have come up with on their own. And then in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then afterwards, I'm going to ask you and your team to go back, find the wickedest education problem you could possibly think of, and as a team, solve for it with AI. Okay? So let's take a look at what you guys have done beforehand. Okay, you can see a lot of people drew, which is very cool. A lot of people drew and put language around that, which is great. I want to scroll to a couple that I thought were really kind of fun that I'm going to pick on the people who did them. So if we can scroll. So who did this one? Where's Lindy? Is it Lindy? Would you care to take a mic and just walk us through a little bit of your thinking here, a couple of minutes, as to what you're solving for and how you see AI playing in that space? Let's give Lindy a mic.
Test.
So right here.
Yeah, the idea is that children, all children and most all adults are fascinated by robots. They love them, and what can be done is to leverage that fascination to use the robot to engage in activities with the child to help the child develop social skills. So this is especially good for, I think, children with autism, which have a problem, who have a problem communicating with humans, and so we can use the robot to engage in simple activities like joint attention, pointing to something on the wall, over and over and over again, and that's an advantage because it's hard for humans to not get bored and frustrated and show that in their facial expressions. So that is that's the idea.
So any questions for Lindy? This is pretty interesting application. You can see the patterning involved and the roteness involved, where that is taken away from a human who's involved and basically put on a robot to help them do that in support of a student. Who did this one, Lorraine? Where's Lorraine? Would you mind walking us through a little bit what your thinking was on student engagement? Let's get you, Mike.
Sure. So the basic concept is that it would be tailored to the individual's needs and interests. So it would collect information on student goals, it would assess student knowledge, and then tailor activities to those interests and goals. And I think one of the key pieces, as you can see by the 3 dots, we thought was important was providing positive feedback to students.
Are there any ethical considerations in doing this? Any ethical considerations in doing this?
Well, it would depend on how it was done. You would have to make sure that what students were sharing were things that they were comfortable sharing, and they had options to opt out of various things.
Any questions for Lorraine? Complications? Challenges? Okay, can we move a little bit further? A little bit further down? Thanks, Giselle. Student engagement, very cool. Okay, this is one I thought was really neat. Whose is this? Stephen? Okay, so this one is education reinforces the status quo. So how are you going to fix that with AI? Hold on.
So the idea here was to engender an open dialogue between all stakeholders, to ensure that everybody want to remove the barriers to education. I put there free access, fee-free access to education for all, and then once people are inside the system, to create a platform that treats everybody as an equal in terms of creating a dialogue to co-create curricula based on the shared needs of people within that community. if that makes sense.
So are you saying that AI can be used, a portion of AI or some of AI can be used for co-creation?
Yeah, we currently see the obverse of that from Facebook, where they create echo chambers that reinforce. So technology could, I'm not a coder obviously, but technology could equally do the same. And it could go back to what Web 2.0 was supposed to be, which was an equality of voice. So there was it was supposed to enhance democracy. So there's a dialogue between all stakeholders within a given community. And technology currently doesn't do that, but it should be able to do that by clever coding and what have you.
So what's interesting there for me is this idea of co-creation and democratization, if you will, of the experience. Let's do a couple more before we go into the next assignment. Oh, okay, Kevin, how are you going to fix EQAO grade 6 math performance? I'm interested. I have a vested interest. I have a child who's in grade 6. But he's a mathy, so let's see what happens.
Basically, well, first of all, I'm a math professor, so the question of raising math standards in the province is of deep interest to me. This robot is highly unethical. It will use any knowledge, scientific or psychological, to improve the amount of time and effort the students will put in. So two of the key features is it will use mood manipulation and introduce brain boosting diet if necessary to enhance the brain functions so that they can learn better through personalized lectures and exercises and explanations.
So there's an ingestible part of this AI experience, is what you're saying, with brain boosting diets.
Yeah, so basically trying to optimize the body as well as the instruction.
Anybody have a problem with this, or could we prototype it next year? Yes, sir. Wait, you're going to need a mic for translation? Yeah.
Punishments it would use.
Kevin?
That's classified information.
Touche. Okay, let's take a look at a couple more. Okay, hold on, slow down. Okay, these are really good. So let's try AI robot buddy apps. Whose is that? Whose is that? Oh, Monsieur Martin. Talk to us about your buddy app.
The goal of the buddy app is really to be the buddy of the student. So in this case, the apps could learn with the student at the same time. That's just going through the classes, the courses, and all that stuff. So at some point, the student will know exactly the schedule of the student. So at some point, will be a buddy that will be able to help the students to facilitate his or her life at university. So that's kind of like the concept. So.
And we're prototyping that at U of O in the next 6 months?
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the CIO, so I should declare my intentions here. Excellent. Any questions for Martin and his buddy apps? So you're not going to be able to see all the content that you generated, just because actually we ran out of digital canvas here today. That just shows you the amount of content that we've generated. But rest assured, we have not lost it all. It's all there, and you will be able to see it online on the website when we've cleaned everything up. Now, I'm just going to pick one more. Students, do you guys want to do this one? Is this one of yours? Oh, she was so excited. Okay, I want you to come up here and take the mic and walk us through this thing, because this is really pretty impressive.
So this is my idea, and my first approach at this was, oh my gosh, I have no idea how I'm going to create something that'll just easily make education so much better. And then I realized, why not just come up with something and worry about finances and all of those kind of programming problems or all the technical problems later? Because those are problems that can be solved, whereas not having a solution is better than not having one. So the learning tracker bot basically gets rid of tests and grading in that kind of way. And the idea is a student will teach the robot how to the subjects instead of just having the student learn them. And it'll track how well the robot understands it, and will and can adapt to different students' ideas of how to understand concepts. So maybe the student will have to explain it twice or something like that, or in 2 different ways. And you can do it in any order, all the lists. The teacher just gives you the list of things to do, and you can work on it with the robot whenever you want. And so my idea was kind of just, let's stop grading children on how well they can absorb knowledge and spit it back out, and instead on the actual grasping of the concepts.
That's great, actually. That's excellent. Are you concerned about creating a mini-me? A mini-me machine?
Elaborate on that?
By teaching the machine what you need to teach it, you're, I would say, inculcating your values potentially, the way you teach, the way you behave into the machine. So are you creating a mini-me?
The point of it is not to have the machine actually understand these concepts. So you're not actually explaining to it what art is. It's more just kind of just supposed to mimic the idea of like understanding and concepts.
What's your name?
Tiva.
Tiva. Any questions for Tiva? Anyone out there? Okay, thank you. So you guys can see the diversity of the content that's being proposed in front of you. And we did this really quickly. So we're going to do one more thing really quickly, and I'm going to challenge each of your teams to really think boldly and beyond what you've just done. So in your teams, you probably have until 4:15, I think, half an hour, 30 minutes or so. And I want you to go back, and I want you to pick the wickedest social-related education problem possible. Okay, so don't think operationally necessarily, think big and bold, all right? And I want you to create a solution to that problem using AI as an education robot of sorts, all right? And this is a team exercise, so bring all the best knowledge that you each have to bear together. Pick something that's outrageous and try and solve for it. Okay, same idea, draw, create, what have you, but I want, and this time I'm gonna ask, and I'm gonna pick on 3 or 4 teams to actually present in 30 seconds their idea. Does that work? Okay, and then we'll have Stephen who'll like blow our minds out with AI and all kinds of fun things, all right? So thank you, we're gonna keep going and making more room on Nareva, and this is a lot of fun for me, so enjoy.
No, I'm going to
Oh, she's not. Deux? Okay, so can I have you take your seats, please? We're in the home stretch, or the third inning, or the last period. 2 minutes left.
Yeah, and after that, we have the wrap-up.
Oh, I know. Stephen, I'm waiting for Stephen. Not yet. Yes, please. So if you haven't uploaded your Nareva, your work, please do that right now. You can start to see some of the work that's been done this last activity up on the screen. We're not going to go through all of them, but I am going to pick a couple, 3 maybe. I'm going to ask the team or a spokesperson to come up here and explain their solution to their wicked problem. Is this from the second, Giselle? Sorry, is this the second one? Okay. So I'm going to pick on this team. Who has the multiple people? That was the first exercise, okay. So we have to move it down that way. Literally, we ran out of canvas, so we're juggling. I told you this was an experiment. Oh, stop here. Okay, let's do this one. Whose is this? The Verifactable robot. How about you come down here with your team or pass it along to someone else to speak to? I like how his team is egging him on. So we have a Verifactual robot.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. I really appreciate this. So this is our contribution. If I can have your attention, please. So we looked at the problem being there's a lot of incorrect information. There's a lot of bias in the information that students use in education. I added some notes on there that aren't on. And there's a lack of discernment amongst students, and they tend to rely on search engines for the information that they use. So like the first 5 hits in Google is what tends to be used. They use Wikipedia as the final source rather than a first source and this kind of thing. So we thought what would be interesting to come up with is what we called a Verifactual. So it's something that's verifying the facts, very factual robot. It has a lot of empathy, as you can see from the smile on it, so it's a physical presence. And the solution is this massive common sense database that's dynamic, and it works in an ontological fashion. Automated independent verification and curation of data, facts on a dynamic basis. And it enables more accurate basis for education progression. So people are building on solid facts rather than on nebulous facts or wrong, incorrect data in the development of their education. So it's like a Wikipedia that we can trust.
Hang on. So any questions on this verifiable Wikipedia? I do. Any questions? Comments? I know it's late in the day. Okay, thank you, sirs. That was great. Excellent. Let's see if we can move on. We're going to move that away. Hang on. Okay, let's stop here. Where's my students? Where are my students? Right in the front row. Excellent. Who wants to come up and talk about this crazy idea? How about all of you come up? Come on, all of you come up for support. Quick, 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 quick. We want to get out of here. Let's go. Okay, quick, 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 quick. Let's go. Who's speaking?
All right, I'll do it. Okay, so we actually ended up having a lot of ideas tossed around because social issues and AI are things that don't quite always cross over unless it's social media or something. So we kind of came back to this idea of there's a huge kind of idea that you're either good at math or you're not. And usually you're not good at math. Your parents were also not good at math. And so we wanted to try and find a way to use AI to combat that kind of the stigma, I guess, in a way. Think we wanted to make it so that it would be easier to understand, so explaining it in multiple different ways to students. AI to figure out which students needed this help, or which families needed this help, that kind of thing. And I think that's about it.
So I have a question. So who pays for this bot? The parent or the school board?
I essentially think this should come out of the taxes of the taxpayers, because it comes from education. It's being applied to help students. You know, there's a low percentage of students doing like not that really great in math, I would say. Math is just a subject that is a reoccurring subject that not everyone does well in.
That as well. I'd also like to add on that there's a lot of money going around to encourage students in like STEM programs or something like that. And math, I'm a firm believer that math, that the idea that most people aren't good at math is a huge reason why it's at least not popular in Ontario less popular in Ontario to go into STEM jobs or to study at a university, because you go, there's no way I can pass this math class, so I'm not going to take it. And that's why we don't have as many people going into STEM. So all those people that are, funding scholarships for students that want to go into STEM or things like that, why not invest even earlier in these kids' futures and start in elementary school teaching them this stuff? Yeah.
Super. Okay. Any questions for the student team? Nope, they've solved it all. Okay, super duper. Thank you. We'll do one more. Okay, I don't know what this is. Who did this? Anyone want to claim this guy or gal or thing? Anyone? Okay, the fact that you guys are giggling in the back there tells me it's one of the students. Yes? You guys? Okay, I'm not going to embarrass you. Let's take another look. If we can go on for another, just move. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. I think we've glitched out in Areva today with all the content. You don't see any more? Whose is this one? Preparing students for their future. This kind of high level. Who did this? You guys? Okay, come on up. I'd like you guys to talk about this second point.
Yeah, so we debated everything from the, started talking about the skills gap and whether it exists or not, how to close it. One of the tactics that's being used to kind of bring industry closer together with education is work integrated learning. And so we talked about the idea of more apprenticeships and how we, the problem with having, say, every student in Canada, for example, participate in a work integrated learning experience is, one, you need companies to fund it or you need governments to fund it. And governments can't fund all of it and companies aren't willing to necessarily pay for all of it. So there's a gap there. But the apprenticeship model seems to have worked in the past and works in a number of other countries around the world. But the problem is really one of scale. So this is the second point. So we thought, if you can't do real apprenticeships, what about if you had an AI-backed VR work experience and you could kind of build different modules for different types of jobs and different types of experiences, and people could actually participate in a highly realistic work environment, but do it in a VR environment. Then you could scale as large as you want and kind of add on these experiences over time. And then the last one wasn't necessarily related to AI, but it was really about thinking about not just preparing students who are in, say, higher education for going into the workforce and working for 40 years, how do you continually integrate them into learning throughout that career? So that better integration, more continuous learning, and we thought about things like subscription models of education. So rather than going to school for 4 years and being done, you subscribe like Netflix to education, and you have it along your career path the entire time.
So can I just get the thing on here? It's two? So what's interesting for me is this whole idea of AI-backed virtual reality work experience. Is anyone doing that out there now in the real work? AI-backed VR? And if so, who? Yeah, go ahead.
So essentially in the States, for prisoners who are leaving jails, they want...
It's not working?
They essentially want to help these prisoners be able to prepare their lives in now that they have spent a long time in jails, to integrate their life back in society. But a lot of times these prisoners end up going back to jail because they are unable to succeed in role change and go through with the integration. So they wanted to use a VR to be able to help them assimilate into society as if like a look-alike. So they would pretend they're working, for instance, like a grocery, or they're driving, or they're walking down the street, or they're using a technology. And this is like a program for a few prisoners who are about to leave a prison if they were to do that.
Super, thanks for sharing that. I think there's something potentially prototypical that could be looked at in Education 21 moving forward.
Yeah, there's a lot of work being done in VR and things like PTSD, rehabilitation, phobia training, things like that. So, I mean, those are all really just simulations, and so these could be similar. So
Absolutely. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. So thank all of you for all of this, because this is your work. Just to wrap up, merci Aline. This has been a lot of fun to try with your team and the University of Ottawa. It's certainly been an experiment. I think we busted Nareva at some point today twice, so that's a good thing. And if I may, what we're going to do is take a look at all the content that you have sent to us, contributed today, and feel free certainly to contribute any more content up until this evening if you wish. We'll take a look at that and do some sorting, analysis, and clean it up a little bit so it's not very messy. And we'll be putting it on the websites for you to take a look at. So it's the ultimate in democratic participation. So merci encore. It's certainly been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Christia, for facilitating this session. So now we're going to end this symposium with Stephen Downs, who's going to help us actually wrap up all those ideas that have been exchanged today.
Is there power here?
Power, I'm sure there must be power.
There's power on every table but the one I need.
Okay, let me find power somewhere.
I'm sorry. There we go. Well hidden. Oh, it's there. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Merci à tous et toutes. C'était un plaisir d'être ici aujourd'hui. Avez-vous fait une bonne journée? Excellent, excellent. So I've taken notes, as I mentioned before. Oh, yes. How many of you solved the mystery of the dots on the window? One? Birds, right. Do you think it's aesthetic? Okay. I'm thinking mostly birds. But the key question is that addressing a technological issue or an ethical issue? Or a maintenance issue, yeah. Extra points for that one. Okay, so I only have 15 minutes, which is awful for me. You've probably guessed that already. But we've covered an awful lot of ground during this seminar. Thank you to the students who were here. Just so you know, okay, because you know, you might not know the other people in the room. We've got some senior executives from Desire to Learn here. We've got university professors here, some people from government departments who are very influential in those departments, especially in learning development. So your contributions here in contributing these projects and your ideas are going to go to industry, they're going to go to government, they're going to go to the university, because the people who need to hear those ideas are in this room now. So thank you to you, and thank you to them for being in this space. So what did we hear? Well, I've tried to organize my thoughts around the different topics of the day, and as I mentioned earlier, put them up on a Google Doc, and I'm going to cheat a little bit and refer to my notes because I can. So one of the questions that came up is what people need to learn. We talked about 21st century literacies, and that talked a little bit about Montessori. I think that was Chris Dede talked about that. Someone from the audience talking about needing to shorten the gap between research and students' actual practice, and questioning about do schools actually have the resources to teach what we need to teach, and the question comes up indeed, how do we teach? What do we teach in a world where there won't be jobs? I heard a lot about, we all heard a lot about focusing on things that maybe AIs can't do. Creative skills, perhaps. Empathy kept coming up on a number of occasions, although I think we need to press the question, right? Is it true that in the future computers won't be able to do these things? We think we understand right now what computers can and can't do, but the capacity of computers is increasing. 10 years ago, we would have said, computers drive a car? No way, you need human judgment to do that. But now it turns out they're better drivers than we are. It's something that we need to be careful about. And we also, there were some people talking about emerging adulthood and all of that, but really teaching people how to cope in this new kind of environment and not to be afraid of failure. And trust me, as someone who's failed a lot, you can't be afraid of failure. What about changing the system? Empowering students to deal with the way education and work will take place in the 21st century. I liked the comment about what is experiential learning, and Audrey, I forgot the first name, I'm sorry. See, I told you, errors all the time, errors. Said, it's what I do every day as an artist, which is kind of interesting. And I've always thought that, drama, art, things like that, even physical activities, these are real world skills that are being taught. It's not play, right? Art is understanding variety as representation, which is a deep philosophical concept. Drama is about empathy. And putting yourself in someone else's shoes and understanding what it's like to be someone else. These are real skills. So Alistair talked about learning how to learn and gave us the scenario of the oil tanker, which I thought was like very 20th century industry, but yeah, that was just me. And then, of course, my comment was, you can't wait for education to change. You have to change it yourself, and I still believe that that's true. It's what I've done all of my life, and it's the only reason I'm standing here is because I did not follow the rules. I made my own education. When I was in school, I always had a book under my desk, and that's what I was doing instead of school. So I hope you're doing that. How do we know? How do we know what skills? How do we know what practices are going to be effective in the future? Chris Dede talked about some of the research behind that. I'm not 100% sold on that research. Some of it is good, but the how people learn part 2 that he cited, I did a study of that and a slideshow based on it, and my main reaction to that was, yeah, it describes how people learn, but it's completely and utterly silent on why people learn that way. And if we don't know why, we really don't know how. And I think we don't know why people learn that way. We don't have the full story yet. We have to ask Kerr, what's your first name? Chris? Ian. Oh, sorry. said we have to ask what is the underlying decisions that lead or led to using technology in a given situation. And of course the question came up, who benefits, right? For whose benefit is it? It should be for whoever is doing the learning. It should be for the ultimate recipient of whatever service is being offered. But so often the beneficiary is the producer or the provider rather than the person actually receiving the service. I also ask sometimes, what counts as data? What would count as evidence? I mean, we don't really think about that. What would count as evidence that some solution works, right? You know, we have this presumption, this solution works. What does that mean, right? Does that mean people are able to memorize things better? Does it mean they like it better? Does it mean they stayed out of jail? What kind of data would be evidence for what works? It's not yet clear. So with those preliminaries, we can ask about AI itself. I raised the question, a few others addressed, what is AI actually? And artificial intelligence, machine learning is a family of technologies that more or less are more and more approaching capability of emulating human intelligence and human capacities. That's a rough and ready definition. But we have an awful lot of presumptions we make about artificial intelligence. We think, you know, machines are, you know, well, we think Terminator, and we shouldn't think Terminator because time travel is impossible. That's the main reason. You know, we think of AIs as being emotionless. Why would we think that, right? Is Mr. Spock really our evidentiary source for our predictions of the future? Really? You know, I mean, you know, I can imagine easily an empathetic, feeling, sentimental, nostalgic to the point of ridiculousness robot. What's inherently impossible about that? The same technology that makes us like that, connections between neurons, neural nets, pattern recognition, et cetera, is what's powering AI. And so, you know, we need to question our assumptions about what AI will be like. And I would add too, and it didn't come up today, but it came up yesterday, we need to question the dichotomy, human versus AI. I think the much more likely scenario is humans augmented by AI, or ultimately AI augmented by humans. And we have to stop thinking of individual humans versus AI. We, as a society, if we organize ourselves properly, are much more intelligent, much more capable than any individual. And I think that also has to be factored into the equation. So we talked a little bit about what AI can do, what AI can't do. What about what we can do with AI? The question of manipulation of AI came up. The big problem with manipulation of AI is that it's using AI for our own very unethical purposes. You know, Chris Dede talked about that. He said, and I want to quote this, if the data is available to everyone, then the opportunity to distort is removed. I think that recent evidence has shown that this is false. That even if the data is available, the ability to distort remains. Donald Trump is a master at that. He distorts not by refuting the truth, because he can't, he just waves his hands and distracts, and there you go, distortion continues. There are all kinds of techniques for distortion, even when all of the data is available. You come back to 21st century skills, being able to deal with that kind of environment is a 21st century skill. You know, I mean, there was also the question of bias and things like that, and the data sets and the algorithms. So I've said before, AI isn't really algorithms, but the question of bias is real. It's a question that has inhabited a number of AI systems. Everybody remembers, I hope, Microsoft CITE, which was a Twitter chatbot that immediately began to be racist and misogynist, learning from Twitter, naturally. I mean, it's a sad truth that sometimes our AIs are reflections of ourselves. And perhaps that's the biggest manipulation of AI of all, is that AI will behave like us. And maybe we don't like what we see very much. Culture and AI, significant question. Where does culture play into this? Navina was asking, it's only when she came here to this culture that the question of girls in math was raised. In other countries, particularly, as you said, with the wars and the shortage of men in society, it became normal for women and men to work side by side. That was true in this country too, in the 1950s and early 1960s, and then things changed. So why did they change, and how did that happen, and what was the role of media, and what was the role of society in making that happen? Because we made that happen somehow. We need to know about that. Our friend from African Virtual University said the digital divide has evolved into a cultural divide. There's different ways of looking at these divides, right? Different ways of looking at not just accessibility to technology, but our attitudes towards technology. And looking at the sorts of problems that we use technology to address. Is it addressing what we need? Is it addressing the problems of food, water, etc.? Are we using it to address global warming? Or are we using it to do things we don't necessarily need, like creating AI-based students for people to practice on, or something like that? Ethics and AI, the kind of the core of what we were doing today. There we go, silly computer. So culture comes into this, and it comes into this in a variety of different ways. As I said, the primary ethical concern, to my mind, is AI is behaving like people. But there's more than just that. I put a note in my notes, and my note is this, and it didn't come up in the discussion, but I want to raise it here. Why do superheroes fight crime? Is crime the biggest problem? You have Superman, right, could do anything, and he's fighting crime. That makes no sense, all right? Superman's kind of like AI in, superhuman body form. Right? Superman could carry entire glaciers and put them in deserts and solve water problems permanently. Superman could irrigate, or could till and irrigate and reap crops from entire countries. Why isn't he addressing that? Batman, right? Millionaire Bruce Wayne solves crime. That seems very self-interested to me. How we perceive the problems of society says a lot about how we perceive what those solutions ought to be. And when we look at AI, a lot of the time we're looking at solving problems that maybe aren't really problems. And that comes back into the ethical question. We talked about, what is good? The AI for Good project, focusing on art. This was mentioned by Audrey. Why do you classify art as good? And what about AI for bad? Why do we characterize this but not that? There's the question of whether ethics is based on universal values. You all know that I disagree with that. It may be there are no universal values. But maybe AI can be used as a way of preventing ourselves from killing each other. Maybe. Just maybe. Or maybe we'll use it to make toys. Well, there's a comment. I take that as an editorial remark. I liked what Navena said. Why assume one system of ethics? why not embrace diversity? Certainly what we've done in this country, and to my mind, it's certainly something that's been working, and as she said, it is indeed beautiful, and it is more likely to produce solutions for the future. One of my own personal slogans is in diversity, harmony. Now, that's not an ethical thing. That's a how you build a society thing, and maybe that's the deeper question. We looked at the uses of AI, how, what the role of corporations are using these tools. James Barrett talked about that quite a bit, talked about issues of racialization, gender norms, discrimination, things that corporations don't typically care about, things that people typically do. What even counts as a use of AI? Under what context can we and should we delegate decision-making to AI? This is a question that Ian Kerr asked. Reducing costs? Is that a reason to use AI? Again, I've dealt in education for many years, and people always someone, and this conference was no different, always someone says, well, the best way to do education is with a small group of people and an excellent teacher. How are you going to pay for that? There are, 7-8 billion people on the planet. That makes about, say, 3 billion needing to be educated, give or take a billion. Let's say 3 billion, right? So let's group them into groups of, 10? So that's a small group. So that's 300 million teachers we need. 300 million good teachers we need to satisfy that model. There is not enough money in the world to do that. So as much as you like the idea that a small group with a good teacher is the way to go, I mean, this is something that Sir John Daniel, the Chancellor of the Open University, has been saying for decades. We can't afford to provide education equitably across the planet if we're going to do it using those methods, using those kind of approaches. We just can't do it. So we adopt the system we have in fact adopted. We teach an elite and say, well, forget the rest of them, there's nothing for them, we can't afford it. That's what we actually do now. Less so in some societies than others, but still, globally, that's what we do. Which raises, of course, the question of data activism. Timnet on the video raised this, talking about crashing cars using dummies that resemble men and not women and children, thus producing cars that disproportionately kill women and children. Also, the question of genetics. 99% of the genes used in genetic data processing are not African genes. And the thing is, if there were women in those rooms, if there were Africans in those rooms, then that would not be the case, that these things would be done differently. Data activism is a society-wide response to that sort of, I don't want to say manipulation because it's not even deliberate most of the time, but that sort of omission, that sort of unthinking way of thinking about technology. AI and law, again, Ian Kerr talked a bit about that. The one thing Ian said that I found was most striking, he quoted Lawrence Lessig saying that if we tried to put the First Amendment into law today, we would get it utterly wrong. And then he made a case for common law. Common law is a bit different from what Lessig talked about. Lessig, especially in code and something law, code and the law of cyberspace, is that the name of the book? Something like that. I'm not good with names. I mean, code is based on consensus. Code is based on protocol which is voluntarily adopted, right? People use a certain data format because it works for them. They're not forced to use it. There's no decision to use it. It's like a cow path that people create when they're walking across the grass, even though they're not supposed to. Common law is a very different thing. Common law is the set of decisions rendered by the courts over the years used as precedent to gradually and iteratively create new law. One of these can be influenced by lawyers. One of these can be influenced by money. And that is, I think, the big difference between common law and protocol. Protocol is a social thing. It's like language. Common law is a legal thing. It's like wealth. Using AI in learning, bringing us to our conclusion, looking at AI bridging gaps, helping people who are unable to speak. These are excellent uses, but we have to be careful. It was pointed out by someone in the audience. I'm sorry, I don't know all your names, so I couldn't cite you. We have to be careful that AI isn't used to leave other people behind. You know, people who, for one reason or another, don't have access to AI, can't use AI. You have to remember, and this didn't come up either, but you have to remember, just like electricity is available in the walls now, just like writing is available anywhere we need it, learning and AI in the future will be commodities. We'll just plug into intelligent data processing whenever we need it. And that's what it's going to be like. But, you know, just like not everybody can deal with bright lights, not everybody can read, we're going to have accessibility issues with AI as well. And we need to be aware of that. We want to be ahead of that if we can. Almost done. In fact, I just want to comment very briefly the exercise at the end, which was a really fun exercise, I have to say, even though ours wasn't chosen. So I'll mope up here for a bit. But, you know, we had things that address student engagement, education, reinforcing the status quo, grade 6 math performance, big issue in society. Sorry, that was a little facetious. Support for non-traditional learning, buddy apps, learning tracker, bot, etc. The thing with this is this. And this is the thing for educators generally. We very often take, in technology and design, take a problem-based approach. Come up with a problem, then design a solution, right? I hate that approach. Just me. Not pretty much everyone else in the room loves it, but I hate it. I don't deal with problems. The reason why is problems are based in today's reality. Grade 6 math achievement is a great one, right? Is that really going to be a problem in 20 years? Is that the thing we need to be solving for? It's really hard to get the right problem. I like dealing in what are called affordances. Create something great, and then imagine what people could do with it. And I have one example, and then I'll leave you. The internet, okay, it was created to solve some problems. The big problem was how not to lose our infrastructure in the event of a nuclear war. But really, it created this, you know, multi-trillion data and commerce network. And what do we use it for? Cat pictures, right? We send cat pictures to each other, and that's what makes the internet great. And that's why we love it, right? Now, if somebody had ever come up with the problem of how do I share a picture of my cat with someone in Japan, nobody would have taken me seriously. But that, in fact, is exactly what I use the internet for. And not just Japan, Mongolia too. So it's easy to think, yeah, we should really be problem focused, right? But being problem focused sharpens and narrows our view to the immediate and the front and the center. But if we really want to tap in to the capacity, the human capacity that we have, we need to be thinking, what could we make that would be really great, that people could do something creative with it? And that, I think, ultimately is what I would like AI to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So I want to thank all of you for your participation, your active participation. I want to thank our students. Really, again, your questions are powerful. They are up to the point. We've been listening, we've been capturing all of that, and we will go on working with you so that all together we can try to figure out what type of education we could create for tomorrow, today and tomorrow. I want to thank also all our guest panelists. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. It was very important. But I also want to thank the team, actually, who has been behind that whole organization. So I'm going to ask the team to stand up so that we can really applaud their work for the year for this conference. And as I said, it's a symposium, it's the first one. We want to build on it, and with all your questions, we're going to work with all those questions. The website for the symposium is going to have more and more resources, and we're going to do something with all the questions and all the I don't want to say the drawings, but all the suggestions and ideas that you brought. And then we will meet again next year, and next year it's going to be not here at the University of Ottawa. We are a consortium with plenty of partners. So next year we're going to meet at La CITE, and we don't know yet what the theme is going to be. We're going to work on that this year, but it's going to be again a very participative and interactive symposium. So see you all, I hope, next year at La CITE, and thank you again for the day we've spent together.